Chapter 661. Tiannan City was bustling late at night. The pedestrians on the road were surprised to see a young man covered in blood stumbling all the way. The young man seemed to have lost an arm, and blood kept flowing from it. His face was pale, but his eyes were bloodshot, full of resentment and unwillingness. It was as if an inexplicable force of hatred was supporting him as he kept running forward. This man was Xinyu. Some kind-hearted passers-by wanted to help him, but he roared and roared, "Get out of my way! Get out of my way!" Seeing that Xinyu had taken their kindness for granted, the passers-by shook their heads and stopped moving forward, watching his figure slowly disappear into the shadows of the streets and alleys. Xinyu ran all the way, bleeding all the way. Slowly, he could not run anymore. He sat down in a dark alley, his body curled up into a ball, one hand tightly covering the wound of his broken hand. His whole body was trembling, his teeth were clenched, and his eyes were shining with an extremely sinister light. He felt that the blood in his body was flowing little by little, his strength was slowly drying up, his life was slowly fading, and his body was getting colder and colder. All of this clearly showed him one fact: he was slowly dying. "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Xinyu screamed, his face distorted like a hysterical madman, but soon he began to sob in pain. Although he cried loudly, the water in his body seemed to have turned into blood and flowed away, and not a single tear fell. Xinyu cried for a while, and the more he felt his consciousness become blurred. He looked around and saw that he was in a dark alley between two buildings. Outside the alley was a bustling market. People in bright clothes came and went in the market, and all kinds of good cars were shuttling back and forth on the road. Once upon a time, he had looked down at these ordinary citizens as arrogantly as these people, but today, he was curled up in this dark corner like a dead dog. Why is this happening? Xinyu's mind buzzed as he thought about this question. He couldn't help but think of the most regretful decision in his life. He really shouldn't have provoked Su Chan. Who would have known that she was a monster? Most importantly, he didn't get to eat fish. It would have been fine if he only got dirty, but he actually got himself into such a situation. Xinyu couldn't help but recall the scene when he had just entered the room. Su Chan was paralyzed on the bed, and Gangzi and the other three were standing in the same place, panting. Yitzi Yuyu's turn at that time. He was surprised and asked what had happened. Gangzi said that when they got Su Chan into the car, the girl suddenly struggled crazily, and the strength of her fists and feet was terrible. The four of them were almost broken by her fists and feet. In the end, if they hadn't used the electric baton to knock the girl out, he was afraid that they would have had a car accident. How ridiculous. An unconscious girl was able to torment them like this. How ridiculous. No, she's a monster. No wonder she's so powerful. Gangzi, you guys really deserve to die. If it weren't for your suggestion, how could I, Xinyu, have become like this? Xinyu couldn't help but cry again. He suddenly remembered the scene after that. At that time, he was still laughing and asking them if they had sex with the girl on the way. Gangzi, the idiot, said with a flattering smile, "Of course not. Isn't she left for you to enjoy first, young Master Shen?" Just after this sentence, the nightmare began. Su Chan's body began to grow fiery red fox fur quickly, and she instantly turned into a fox spirit. It was ridiculous that Gangzi, who had spoken, had his head bitten off before he could react. Thinking of this, Xinyu couldn't help but shiver all over again. The memory of this night was too deep and terrible. All of this was so terrible that he didn't even dare to have the thought of revenge. He just wanted to hide far away and never see Su Chan, this terrible monster, again. Xinyu's hatred and anger were all unconsciously transferred to his father and mother. In his opinion, he did not have to be like this. It was all because his father and mother were not on his side that he had become like this. The more Xinyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was reasonable. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help roaring, "Shen Wankai, Li Shaoxian, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Xinyu's roar echoed in the street and quickly attracted the attention of several people. A few gangsters shouted at him, F***ck, what the hell are you shouting for? Shin Yu glared at them fiercely and wanted to do something, but there was a sharp pain coming from his broken arm. He immediately swallowed his anger. However, these gangsters refused to let him go. They walked slowly to Shin Yu for a yellow-haired gangster whose head was dyed gold. Next to him stood a gangster with a mohawk. These people were none other than the gangsters who had tried to extort money from Li Jiandong's Desanxian store but had been severely beaten up by Li Jiandong. When the yellow-haired man saw Shin Yu covered in blood, he frowned and shouted in a low voice, F***ck, it's so unlucky. Let's go. This guy is bleeding. Who knows what he did? But just as they were about to turn their heads, Mohican saw Shin Yu's leather shoes and exclaimed in a low voice, Boss, it's Versace. It's an international famous brand. The yellow-haired man slapped him on the head and scolded, What the F***ck? Do you even know Versace? Mohican looked aggrieved. Yes, how can I not know? My aunt specializes in making these imitations. With my sharp eyes, I can tell the real ones from the fake ones at a glance. This pair of Versace leather shoes is worth tens of thousands of yuan. The yellow-haired man's eyes suddenly lit up. Tens of thousands? He turned his head to look at Shin Yu as if he was looking at a golden man. He chuckled and waved his hand. Brothers, take off his shoes for me. The gangsters around him immediately swarmed forward and took off Shin Yu's shoes without saying a word. Shin Yu panicked and shouted fiercely, Do you know who I am? Stop, or I'll kill you. The yellow-haired man and the gangsters looked at each other. The yellow-haired man had been in the underworld for a long time. At a glance, he could tell that Shin Yu was definitely a son of a rich family. He hesitated for a moment, smiled, and asked doubtfully, Who are you? Shin Yu subconsciously wanted to say that he was Shin Wansai's son and the only child of the Shin family. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly remembered Shin Wansai's heartless words, From now on, you are no longer a member of the Shin family. Shin Yu immediately swallowed his words and said fiercely, It's none of your business who I am. The yellow-haired man immediately saw that Shin Yu was pretending to be fierce. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he slapped Shin Yu in the face and scolded angrily, F***ck, how dare you put on airs in front of me? Brothers, strip him for me. The gangsters laughed and took off all the famous brands on Shin Yu's body, not even leaving a pair of underwear. Mohican held Shin Yu's underwear and said in surprise, F***ck, this underwear is Armani. This pair of underwear costs more than 1,000 yuan. You are really a rich man. The yellow-haired man slapped Shin Yu again and scolded, F***ck, I can only afford to wear underwear that costs 10 yuan. How dare you wear underwear that costs 1,000 yuan? F***ck, I hate rich people putting on airs the most. Even their underwear has to be put on airs. At this time, Shin Yu was so frightened that he shrank into a ball and shouted, Help, help. The yellow-haired man immediately kicked him in the head and scolded, F***ck, how dare you shout? I'll kill you if you shout again. Mohican smiled and shook the underwear in his hand, saying, Boss, today's harvest is not small. Just this outfit alone, even if it is sold as a second-hand item, it will be worth 5 figures. Another gangster pointed at Shin Yu worriedly and said, Hey, boss, he seems to be dying. Look at him, his blood is almost drained. The yellow-haired man looked over and saw that Shin Yu was frightened. After being tortured by them for a while, the blood from the wound was flowing more violently. He frowned. Mohican, who was beside him, came forward and whispered, Boss, let's get out of here. It will be bad if the police see this. They will think that we cut him. The yellow-haired man glared at him and said, Don't I know? Hurry up, go and find some waste paper. Although the gangsters didn't know what the yellow-haired man was going to do, they still quickly found a pile of waste newspapers. The yellow-haired man snorted and threw the waste newspapers in front of Shin Yu. Then, he grabbed his broken arm and said with a grim smile, You are lucky, boy. I am very kind today. I don't want to see anyone die in my territory. After that, he lit the newspaper with a lighter and said to the gangster beside him, "Go and hold him down and cover his mouth." After covering Shinyu, who was struggling wildly, the gangsters watched in horror as the flame in the yellow-haired man's hand approached Shinyu's broken arm little by little. With a hiss sound, Shinyu's broken arm was suddenly burned to a bloody mess, and a pungent smell of burning assaulted their nostrils. Ah, ah, ah. Shinyu suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain, but his screams were all muffled by someone's chest. He struggled wildly for a while, but soon exhausted all his strength. His vision went black and he fainted. After the yellow-haired man burned Shinyu's broken arm and stopped bleeding, he laughed, threw the newspaper aside, and winked at the gangsters. "Let's go." The gangsters were so scared by the scene that they almost vomited. They immediately stood up and ran away like wolves and rats. Only Mohican could hold on. He took tonight's spoils and was about to get into the shadows when he suddenly turned around and said to the yellow-haired man in a low voice, "Hey, boss, do you think we should sell this guy to the beggar gang? We can still make a little money from the beggar gang." The yellow-haired man looked at Mohican in surprise. "Boy, you're good at business." "Not bad, I'll send you to MBA for further study in the future." Mohican immediately smiled flatteringly and said, "Boss, you taught me well. As the saying goes, make use of waste." The yellow-haired man nodded, took out his mobile phone, and made a phone call. Then, he took his men to hide in the dark and stare at Shinyu. Before long, two middle-aged men dressed as beggars came to the street. One of them walked up to Shinyu, felt his pulse, and then rolled his eyelids. The other walked up to the yellow-haired man, bargained with him, and paid him 200 yuan. Then the yellow-haired man and his men laughed and disappeared without a trace. After looking around, the two young beggars quickly put a sack over Shinyu's head. Then, they carried the sack one after the other and disappeared into the shadows of the bustling city. Don't think too much about it. I have always hated the plot of The Return of the Condor Heroes. How can I write it myself? Don't worry, Su-chan is my darling. How can I let her be defiled? You think too much. My book won't have such a disgusting plot. Chapter 662. Not long after Shinyu was carried away, Su-chan slowly woke up from her coma. With the help of Ziyuan, the little girl finally got rid of the heat poison in her body. When Zhou Qin and Ziyuan came back, they took Su-chan directly to Ziyuan's residence, which was opposite the residence of Li Yunyang and the others. At this time, the little foxes had also fallen asleep, and the elders of the Fox Zen school had also entered meditation to rest. Therefore, no one else knew that something big had happened. When Su-chan woke up, Zhou Qin, who had been waiting by her side, was overjoyed. "Su-chan, you're awake? Do you feel better?" Su-chan rubbed her temples and sat up with a blank face. She looked at Zhou Qin blankly and then at Ziyuan, who was next to her. She asked curiously, "Sister Ziyuan, Sister Zhou Qin, why are you here?" Ziyuan and Zhou Qin looked at each other. Ziyuan said softly, "Su-chan, don't you remember?" Su-chan asked blankly, "Remember what?" Zhou Qin said cautiously, "Shinyu, that beast, wanted to do something to you. Don't you remember?" Su-chan blinked her eyes and tried hard to think about it. Then, she shook her head blankly and said, "I don't remember. I just remember that I seemed to have eaten a midnight snack, and then I was poisoned. Then I felt like someone was carrying me away. Then I struggled, and I don't remember anything else." Zhou Qin looked at Ziyuan worriedly and whispered, "Could it be?" Ziyuan shook her head. "No, Su-chan is still a virgin. I can see that." Zhou Qin breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "That's good. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain it to Master." She said angrily, "No, I thought about it. I can't let Shinyu, that bastard, get away with it so easily. I'll go and make trouble for him again." After that, Zhou Qin's figure flashed and she rushed out. Ziyuan couldn't stop her even if she wanted to, so she could only shake her head. She turned around and asked Su Chan tentatively, Su Chan, do you know that you showed your real body in the downtown area? Su Chan was so scared that her body trembled. She was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "Ah! No way." Then. The little girl naturally knew how big of a disaster it was to show her true self in the downtown, and how much trouble it would cause for Li Yundong. She was so scared that she couldn't speak for a while. She grabbed Ziyuan's arm tremblingly and looked at her eagerly, her eyes filled with fear. Yi Yu fortunately, Ziyuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, we all arrived in time." Nothing happened. Only then did Su Chan breathe a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said with a look of fear and relief, "Thank God. Fortunately, I didn't cause trouble for Yundong." Ziyuan said, "Are you going to find him? You were talking about him when you were in a coma." Su Chan hurriedly shook her head and said, No, don't cause trouble for him. It's so embarrassing to have such a thing happen." Ziyuan chuckled, only to see Zhou Qin suddenly appear in the room again. Ziyuan asked curiously, "Why are you back again?" Zhou Qin snorted angrily and said, "This guy is lucky. He can't even be found." Ziyuan asked in confusion, "How could he have disappeared?" "You shouldn't have been able to run far after losing his arm." Zhou Qin said, "That's why I thought it was strange. I followed the bloodstains all the way from the Shen family, but I lost track of him when I reached a corner of an alley." Ziyuan thought for a while and said, "Forget it. Don't think about him. Maybe he is not fated to die." Zhou Qin gritted her teeth and said, "If you don't get rid of the roots, it will grow again in the spring wind. Since the Shen family doesn't care about him anymore, I won't let him go if I meet him one day." Zhou Qin had been born in the officialdom since she was a child, so she naturally knew the truth of getting rid of evil. When she was in the Shen family, she was too embarrassed to say this, but now she couldn't help it. Su Chan looked at Zhou Qin timidly and said in a low voice, "Sister Zhou Qin, don't be angry." "I'm not angry anymore." Zhou Qin glanced at Su Chan and shook her head. "Su Chan, you are really a good person. Do you expect Shinyu to turn over a new leaf?" "Humph, I don't believe it." "Don't worry about it. If I meet him one day, I will definitely take care of him." Su Chan saw that Zhou Qin's words were resolute and murderous. She was very moved and responded softly, "Oh." The little girl didn't want the two of them to always talk about this matter, so she rolled her eyes and quickly said, "By the way, if we don't protect Shen Wankai in the Shen family, what if the Japanese come to rob the Medicine King tripod at this time? What if other sects come to rob it?" Zhou Qin couldn't help laughing. "You little girl, you can't even protect yourself, but you still think about others. Don't worry, the other sects shouldn't come to rob it. Now that the matter of the Medicine King tripod has become so big, if they come to rob it again, it will be useless." As for the Japanese, Zhou Qin's face darkened and she said to Ziyuan, "Yes, why haven't the Japanese come yet? Shouldn't they come to our country to find Master and the mystical silver fox immediately?" Ziyuan pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know. Maybe there is something wrong with the Japanese cultivation world. However, what I know is that the longer they delay, the better it will be for us." Su Chan couldn't help but look in the direction of Japan. For a moment, she was a little worried. She whispered, "If they really come, will it cause a war in the cultivation world?" While Ziyuan, Su Chan, and Zhou Qin were whispering to each other in the small room, speculating about the current situation of the Japanese cultivation world, in the Yanli Temple of Mount Hai, Japan, an unprecedented gathering of the Japanese cultivation world was being held in a fierce and tense atmosphere. Yanli Temple, also known as Mount Hai Temple, was a large Taoist field standing on Mount Hai, the mother mountain of Japanese Buddhism. It was originally just a small grass hut. In 786 AD, that is, in the 4th year of the Japanese calendar, Master Zuiqing of the Tiantai sect set up a nunnery to preach in Mount Hai. In the 7th year of the calendar, he established the fundamental hall and placed the medicine Buddha statue that he had created with the supreme power of Buddhism. He also officially named the small grass hut Mount Hai Temple. After that, after more than 1,200 years of development, although Mount Hai had been devastated by war 3 times and the mountain temple had been looted 3 times, the largest Buddhist Taoist field in Japan still survived tenaciously, and the Tiantai sect still stood to this day. Although the power of the Tiantai sect was not as great as before, it had been silently guarding the remnant soul of the mystical silver fox with the Abe family for thousands of years, and had made indelible contributions to the Japanese cultivation world. Therefore, the Tiantai sect still enjoyed a high reputation in the Japanese cultivation world. Especially after Li Jiandong defeated Masako Tachibana and the mystical silver fox escaped, the Japanese cultivation world originally wanted to sneak into the country quietly to find trouble with Li Jiandong, but at this time, something unexpected happened in Japan. On the day that Masako Tachibana was defeated by Li Jiandong, although there were many Japanese TV stations present at that time, the major cultivation sects still relied on their powerful background to suppress these reports. After all, there were some things that did not have the first video, and ordinary people did not see with their own eyes, so they would not believe it. But what they did not expect was that soon, a female host named Xiangtian of the Wakayama County TV station used the miniature camera on her chest to clearly record the whole process of the fight, and immediately uploaded it to the internet. Soon, the demon sealing war near the Qingming Shrine in Kyoto, Japan, was also filmed by some passers-by with their mobile phones and uploaded to the internet. At this time, the whole Japanese internet world was boiling. Many young Japanese angrily logged on to the official websites of the major sects in the Japanese cultivation world and shouted abuse. The Japanese cultivators, who originally wanted to keep a low profile, were all angry. On the one hand, they tried their best to suppress these noisy voices. On the other hand, they knew that it was impossible for them to keep a low profile. Since they could not keep a low profile, the Japanese cultivators began to discuss how to carry out a righteous crusade, but this discussion was terrible. Almost every sect wanted to stand at the peak of the Japanese cultivation world as the leader and lead this crusade. Although the Japanese cultivation world had reached a consensus in a short period of time, if they wanted to unify the Japanese cultivation world, they had to first conquer the mystical silver fox. If they wanted to conquer the mystical silver fox, they had to first defeat Li Jiandong. But soon, the problem came again. Who will lead the team to challenge Li Jiandong? Although this question was raised by a very inconspicuous sect, it immediately asked the most itchy place in everyone's heart. The Japanese people's strict hierarchy and desire for righteousness were unimaginable to outsiders. Even if it was a matter like conquering Li Jiandong, they had to distinguish who was superior. For a time, the Japanese cultivation world was quarreling. Many cultivation sects scolded each other across the air. The disciples of each sect even began to fight in private. The Japanese cultivation world was in a mess. Under such circumstances, the abbot of the Yanli Temple and the leader of the Tiantai sect, Imagawa Kagumo, took the initiative to hold the Japanese exorcism conference. Because Imagawa Kagumo's cultivation was extremely high and he was highly respected. In addition, the Tiantai sect had a long history and was famous, so all the major cultivation sects came to attend the conference. On this day, in the lecture hall of the Jiguan courtyard of the East Tower of the Yanli Temple, 318 cultivation sects and thousands of cultivation masters of the Japanese cultivation world gathered together. The cultivators of various sects sat in the lecture hall in different clothes, arguing loudly with flushed faces. B****, how dare a small Dashang sect be so presumptuous? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How dare you say that you want to lead the Japanese cultivation world? Hui Dong. Although our Dashang sect is small, we are not rats that can be bullied at will. Although the mystical silver fox is powerful, our Dashang sect also dares to twist its whiskers. Well said, Shixiang Hui Dong. This is the real man of our Dashang sect. How dare you? Do you think this is an ordinary thing? Do you think this is like eating and drinking? This is related to the safety and survival of our Japanese cultivation world. Now that the whereabouts of the mystical silver fox are unknown, she may come back at any time and take revenge on our Japanese cultivation world. How can you still be in the mood to argue about these issues here? Similar quarrels could be heard everywhere in the lecture hall. More than 300 sects, more than 1,000 people were quarreling. Some banged on the table, some banged on the floor. It was really like a pot of boiling water, everywhere was tumbling. Imagawa Kagumo, the leader of the Tiantai sect, looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He stood up, put his palms together, and said the name of Buddha, Amitabha. Everyone, calm down. Imagawa Kagumo's prestige was extremely high. Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone could hear him clearly. The huge lecture hall instantly quietened down. The Japanese cultivators who were sitting cross-legged on the floor all looked at him in unison. When Imagawa Kagumo saw that the crowd had finally quieted down, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, what we are going to discuss now is who can lead our Japanese cultivation world to carry out this righteous crusade. But don't forget, every minute we argue here, the mystical silver fox will become stronger. As for Li Jiandong, he will not wait for us quietly. The way of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall back. While we are arguing here, maybe he is making rapid progress and making great progress." Imagawa Kagumo's words made everyone nod involuntarily. The middle-aged man of Ise Shinto, Ise Shinguang, said loudly, "Master Imagawa, we all understand what you said, but do you have any good suggestions? If not, with all due respect, I'm afraid that your words are reasonable, but of no use." Imagawa Kagumo looked around at the cultivation sects and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I have a suggestion. What do you think?" The various sects were a little tired of arguing, and none of them were convinced by each other. At this time, seeing that Imagawa Kagumo was willing to stand up for them, they pretended to be generous and said, "Master Imagawa, go ahead. We are listening." Imagawa Kagumo nodded to the monks who were in charge of guarding outside the door. The monks immediately ran outside. Not long after, a burly man walked in. Imagawa Kagumo pointed at the man and said, "I suggest that he lead us to Hua to fight against Li Jiandong." Everyone's eyes immediately turned to look at the man. When they saw him, everyone was shocked. They exclaimed in unison, "How could it be him?" Chapter 663. Everyone saw that the man standing in front of them was none other than Sayonji Tsunekatsu, who had been beaten to his knees by Li Yundong. Seeing that Sayonji Tsunekatsu was acting as usual, as if he had never been injured, they were secretly surprised and couldn't suppress their anger. They roared, "Tsunekatsu, you useless fool, how dare you stand in this place? Tsunekatsu, you have lost all the face of our Japanese cultivation world. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. How dare you appear here and say that you will lead us to Hua?" Sayonji Tsunekatsu's face was as dark as water. Without saying a word, he sat down cross-legged in front of the crowd, put his palms together, and recited Buddhist scriptures in a low voice. Imagawa Kagumo said loudly, "Everyone, please listen to me." Only then did the noisy and abusive crowd stop talking and look at Imagawa Kagumo. Imagawa Kagumo pointed at Sayonji Tsunekatsu with his palm and said, "Everyone, you must be wondering why I chose Sayonji Tsunekatsu as the leader, right?" The crowd suddenly became noisy again. "That's right, Sayonji Tsunekatsu, this waste, has lost all our face. He should die. Instead of standing in this place. I can crush Sayonji Tsunekatsu with one finger. Why should he lead me?" Imagawa Kagumo raised his hand and motioned for everyone to be silent. After the voices around him were a little quieter, he said, "Everyone, there is a saying in the 69th chapter of the Spring and Autumn Annals, there is no disaster greater than underestimating the enemy. If you underestimate the enemy, you will lose your treasures. Because of underestimating the enemy, Tsunekatsu Jun has caused the terrible consequence of losing his treasures. But everyone, in all fairness, do any of you have the confidence to defeat a strong man who has defeated Masako Tachibana? Everyone was suddenly shocked. Although they were very dissatisfied with Masako Tachibana's tyrannical style in the past 10 years, her almost abnormal and invincible strength made them feel a lingering fear. But such a strong person was defeated by Li Jiandong. Although Li Yundong had finally turned Masako Tachibana's power into his own to defeat her, after he returned to Hua, he would definitely not be able to use the power of Mount Koya again, but who knew if this guy had any backup? For a time, everyone whispered to each other, and the voices of debate became much softer. Imagawa Kagumo said, "Everyone, when resistance is added together, the mourners will win. This is the principle of an army with grief winning. Who among you has really fought with Li Yundong? Who among you has the experience of going to the cultivation world of China and fighting with many cultivators?" Everyone immediately looked at each other. Although the Japanese cultivation world was separated by a strip of water, they were of the same origin and had always minded their own business. Moreover, there had been no war between the two countries in the past few decades. The cultivation world had also entered a period of peace. From time to time, many Japanese cultivators would go on a pilgrimage to the major cultivation sects in China to find their own cultivation sections. However, in such a peaceful environment, there were no fights between Japanese cultivators and Chinese cultivators. Everyone was speechless and did not know how to refute Imagawa Kagumo's words. Ise Shingguang of Ise Shinto whispered to Goddess Chuyun, "The Tiantai sect and the Shingen sect have formed an alliance." Chuyun's expression was indifferent, and her pair of extremely beautiful eyes were fixed on Imagawa Kagumo. The corners of her mouth were almost imperceptibly raised, revealing a trace of sarcasm. The Shingen sect suffered heavy losses in the last battle, and their status has plummeted. Many protectors of the Tiantai sect have been seriously injured in the Demon Sealing War. If the two don't join forces, they will definitely be squeezed to the bottom in this reshuffle of the cultivation world. Mount Koya and Mount Hai are the two sacred mountains of Japan. If the two join forces, their momentum will be extraordinary. I'm afraid that the power of the Pure Land sect will be ranked behind them. Ise Shingguang sighed and said, "Yes, but I don't know who initiated this matter. Is it Imagawa Kagumo? Or Kaisai Hikarioshi?" The two of them whispered to each other for a while, then they heard Imagawa Kagumo say, "Everyone, I know what you are not convinced about, but Changsheng has been personally presided over by the great Mandala 5 tribes of the Vajra realm. It can be said that he has been reborn. Moreover, there is really no one who knows the situation of the Chinese cultivation world better than Changsheng." Before Imagawa Kagumo could finish his words, the surrounding Japanese people became excited and said angrily, "No matter how powerful he is, so what? Isn't he still humiliated and defeated? Even if he knows the situation of the Chinese cultivation world, so what? It's not like none of us have been there." While everyone was cursing, Saionji Tsunekatsu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly put his hands on his knees and shouted angrily, "Everyone, please listen to me." Saionji Tsunekatsu's roar shook the temple bell on High Mountain, and everyone's voices were suddenly suppressed by him. They all looked at Saionji Tsunekatsu strangely, as if they couldn't understand how such a humiliated guy could still speak so confidently. The lecture hall was silent for a moment. Saionji Tsunekatsu looked determined and said loudly in a sonorous voice, "Everyone. Yes, I, Saionji Tsunekatsu, am a sinner, a cultivator who suffers from shame and torture, but I swear to avenge these disgraces. Only by defeating my previous calamity and defeating the devil who once defeated me can I advance bravely on the road of cultivation in the future. I know that although I have stood up again, I still need to face Li Jiandong and have a fair and square battle if I want to really stand up in spirit. I know that almost everyone here is stronger than me, but it is because of this that I stand up. The reason why I stand up is not because I desire the position of commander, but because I can't wait to wash away my shame. In my opinion, this is not the position of a commander, but the position of a vanguard official. I am asking you to let me be the vanguard official with the determination to die, to explore the road ahead for you. After that, Saionji Tsunekatsu kowtowed heavily toward the field, and his forehead hit the floor with a dull sound. Please. Saionji Tsunekatsu's words made everyone speechless for a while. They looked at each other one by one. Many people understood that Saionji Tsunekatsu had replaced the position of commander with the vanguard official by stealing the concept. Although the name was different, the actual meaning was still very similar. Moreover, the other party was playing the emotional card. It was Yi Yuyu's turn. There was a long silence on the field. Ise Shinguang suddenly asked, Tsunekatsu, do you have any plans to be the vanguard official? Saionji Tsunekatsu straightened up and turned around in a kneeling position. He said loudly, of course. Ise Shinguang said, tell me. Saionji Tsunekatsu said, please forgive me for being presumptuous. If you don't agree with me being the vanguard official, I can't say it. Everyone was furious. Just as they were about to scold him, they heard Ise Shinguang laugh and say, when will we go out? Can you always say it? Saionji Tsunekatsu hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, 15 days later. Everyone was shocked and angry. They couldn't help but curse, bastard. 15 days? I don't know how strong the mystical silver fox will be in 15 days. Idiot, in 15 days, the soul of the mystical silver fox has already been collected by her. Ise Shinguang narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Tsunekatsu, can you tell us why you chose 15 days later? Saionji Tsunekatsu couldn't help but look at Kaisai Hikaryuni, the great monk of Jinyan Tantrism, who was not far away. Kaisai Hikaryuni lowered his eyes and nodded slightly. Saionji Tsunekatsu said, there are 4 reasons. First, in 15 days, it will be the inauguration ceremony of the head of the Linggong sect, the branch of the Taoist school, which is the most powerful Taoist force in the Chinese cultivation world. On this day, the cultivators of the Chinese cultivation world will gather together. As far as I know, there will be a conflict between the Jingyi school and Li Yundong, and we can take advantage of it. When the crowd heard this, there was a commotion. Bastard, do we need to take advantage of this in the Japanese cultivation world? Saionji Tsunekatsu did not show weakness and said loudly, a lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. What's more, no matter how strong our Japanese cultivation world is, we are still going to China to fight. Without a plan, how can we guarantee a stable victory? This is a battle that we absolutely can't afford to lose. Everyone was suddenly speechless. Some of the people who opposed snorted angrily and stopped talking. With a smile on his face, Ise Shinguang nodded to him and said, Tsunekatsu, go on. Saionji Tsunekatsu added, second, if we choose to go to the Chinese cultivation world on this day, we must choose the strongest and most elite cultivators of each sect. And each sect must be carefully selected and repeatedly considered. I think this will also take a lot of time. Ise Shinguang nodded and said, go on. Saionji Tsunekatsu added, third, since our Japanese cultivation world is going to move out collectively, it will inevitably attract the attention of the Chinese government. Therefore, we might as well go to China in the name of a friendly visit. In this way, we can not only deceive people, but also make it impossible for the Chinese cultivation world to avoid the war under the eyes of the world. When everyone heard this, they whispered to each other for a while. Many people began to be moved by the reason given by Saionji Tsunekatsu and nodded in agreement. Saionji Tsunekatsu's heart shook when he saw this, and then he became more and more excited and said, fourth, our trip is not only to defeat Li Yundong, but also to deter the Chinese cultivation world and let them be used by us to encircle the mystical silver fox. However, there are many factions in the Chinese cultivation world, and their roots and leaves are dense. If we visit them one by one, I believe it will take more time. Today, the Chinese cultivation world is gathered together, and it is the best time for us to fight them all. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden uproar. Some cultivators said angrily in unison, the mystical silver fox is in front of us. How dare you easily provoke a war with the Chinese cultivation world? Saionji Tsunekatsu seemed to have expected that someone would ask such a question. He said confidently in a loud voice, "The Chinese cultivators returned from the important place of our Japanese cultivation world with a great victory, and took advantage of this opportunity to release the mystical silver fox. This kind of behavior can be regarded as the beginning of the war. However, our Japanese cultivation world went to China with a peaceful and friendly heart to discuss with them the great plan of encircling and suppressing the mystical silver fox. If they don't agree, we will take advantage of the situation to defeat them, and then force them to work for us. Even if there are some who refuse to accept it, we can kill them and turn their powerful magical weapons into our own, so that when we face the mystical silver fox in the future, we will have a better chance of winning." Japan was located in a remote area, with narrow land and few resources, so the national character had a strong sense of crisis and aggression. When Saionji Tsunekatsu said this, no one felt that there was something wrong. Instead, everyone nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, many cultivators from cultivation sects said loudly, "Well, Changxing Jun, what you said makes sense. We agree with you as the vanguard." If there was a beginning, there would naturally be a response. The True Word sect and the Tiantai sect were originally two extremely powerful forces in the Japanese cultivation world, and there were many small factions attached to them under their wings. Therefore, as soon as they responded, it seemed that there was a general trend in the field. At this time, the Kemo family of the Enyang sect also stood up and echoed, "I agree." This time, it was as if a domino had been pushed down, and more sects responded. Ise Shinguang and Chuyun looked at each other and shook their heads secretly. Ise Shinguang put his hands in his sleeves and said to Saionji Tsunekatsu with a faint smile, "Changxing Jun, I also agree. However, you must remember that you are just a vanguard." Saionji Tsunekatsu was expressionless. He bowed heavily to Ise Shinguang and said, "Changxing will remember it." Ise Shinguang did not comment and nodded to Chuyun. "Let's go." After the two of them walked slowly out of the lecture hall, a voice came from behind them. "Shinguang Jun, please wait." Ise Shinguang and Chuyun both stopped and looked back. They saw two men wearing black tall hats and Enyang robes standing behind them. They were Abe Yuri and the young patriarch of the Abe family. Ise Shinguang bowed respectfully to Abe Yuri and said, "Lord Abe, what's the matter?" Abe Yuri walked over to Ise Shinguang with a sullen face. He first politely saluted Chuyun, and then asked in a deep voice, "Shinguang Jun, how can you agree with such a ridiculous thing?" Ise Shinguang asked, "What's so ridiculous about it?" Abe Yuri said, "The Chinese cultivation world has a tradition and history of 5,000 years. Although it has declined in modern times, a centipede is still alive, and a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. In this battle, whoever dares to say that they will win is a madman. They are all crazy. Is it possible that a wise person like you, Shinguang Jun, will also be crazy with them?" Ise Shinguang sighed softly, pointed to the clouds in the sky, and said, "Lord Abe, look at the clouds in the sky. The reason why they are colorful and enviable is not because they are powerful, but because they know how to measure the situation according to the time. Wherever the wind blows, that's where they will float." This is the valuable experience that history has taught us for thousands of years. The Tiantai sect was powerful for a time, and there were thousands of martial monks under it. However, because they were too arrogant, they fought against Oda Nobunaga and finally suffered a disaster. As he spoke, he recited in a melodious voice, "Misfortune is a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. If we lose this battle, it may not be a blessing. If we win this battle, it may not be a curse." Abe Yuri said anxiously, "But it is precisely because of this that we have to stop this stupid behavior." Ise Shinguang sighed and said, "If the general trend shows that the world is crazy, then what we can do is not to stop this madness, but to dance with the madman. Otherwise, we will be abandoned to the corner of history, silent and then disappear. On this point, your Abe family should have a better understanding than us." Abe Yuri let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "Is there no other way?" Ise Shinguang shook his head and said, the general trend. There is no other way. Lord Abe, prepare for war. Since you have chosen to fight, try your best to win. Abe Yuri looked gloomy, sighed heavily, and stopped talking. Ise Shenko looked at the white clouds in the blue sky leisurely, his eyes lost in thought. After a long time, he suddenly smiled and said, Lord Abe, what do you think? Li Yundong, who has been thrown into the teeth of the storm, is doing now. Abe Yuri's face was sullen, and he didn't speak. However, his son, who was not afraid of the tiger, said, he must be hiding in fear. Ise Shinguang laughed out loud. A man who dares to go to a one-on-one swordsman meeting would not do such a thing. As he said that, he turned his face and looked at Chu Yun with a smile. What do you think? A slight smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yun's mouth, and he said lightly, I'm looking forward to fighting with him. Chapter 664. Just as the Japanese cultivation world was rubbing their hands and eyeing them covetously, A.Y.Z. You soon of course, it was only a vacation for Li Yundong. Poor Chris had been betrayed by Li Yundong without saying a word, so she had no choice but to agree to try shooting a TV series. Although Chris had never learned acting, she had acted in musical and dance dramas at school and had some stage experience. Moreover, Westerners were far more open than Easterners. With the help of other actors, Chris quickly got into the state of acting. But for Chris, filming a TV series was a very difficult thing, especially when the situation in front of her was not what she had expected. She had come here to learn cultivation, so why did she step into the film industry in such a muddle-headed manner? Chris, who was filming, forgot her situation for a moment and couldn't help looking at Li Yundong, who was lying on his back on the beach and sunbathing. Her eyes were full of sadness and indignation. This bastard, he's free and easy, but I'm here suffering like this. Chris was so angry that her teeth itched. Cut. Director Song roared and looked at Chris with an even more resentful gaze. Miss Chris, where are you looking at? Only then did Chris wake up and smile apologetically at the director. Sorry, I was distracted. Director Song shook his head helplessly. Forget it, you've done a good job. I think we should stop here for today. Everyone, take a break. The staff and actors of the film crew all cheered. Lu Feier said to Chris with a smile, what were you thinking about just now? You forgot your lines. Chris glanced at Li Yundong and said, I'm not thinking about anything. Lu Feier glanced at Li Yundong and said with a smile, are you thinking about your dream lover? Chris quickly shook her head and said, no. He's just my. Lu Feier quickly opened her eyes wide and asked, he's your what? Chris hesitated for a moment and said, he's my registered master. Lu Feier was surprised. Registered master? What did you learn from him? Chris thought for a moment and shook her head. You go ask him. It's not convenient for me to say. Lu Feier pouted. You're still so mysterious. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I'll ask him myself. After that, she trotted all the way toward Li Yundong. But when she was still 5 meters away from him, she slowed down. She rolled her eyes, quietly grabbed a handful of sand on the ground, and then quietly walked toward Li Yundong with evil intentions. Almost there, but as soon as she came behind Li Yundong and was about to throw the sand at him, she heard Li Yundong say faintly without looking back, Miss Lu Feier, you're not young anymore. You shouldn't play such a prank, right? Lu Feier angrily threw away the sand in her hand and asked in confusion, how did you know I was behind you? Li Yundong didn't open his eyes. He smiled and said, because your shadow is covering the sun above my head, I can feel it. Lu Feier suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you had the ability to predict the future. Boring. Li Yundong smiled and didn't say anything, as if he didn't want to talk about this kind of topic with a little girl like her. But even though he didn't want to say it, Lu Feier was very enthusiastic. Like a curious baby, she kept asking Li Yundong, "Hey, how did you do it last time? With a gentle push, you broke a hole in the wall of the hotel? Hey, are you even human? By the way, how did you do it last time when you were absorbing water into Sanxian? I've been wondering. Can you explain it to me?" "Hey, Chris said that you are her nominal master. What did you teach her? Is it kung fu? What kind of kung fu is it? Can you teach me too? Hey, you wouldn't rather teach a foreigner than me, would you? Hey, say something. You took her as your disciple because she was beautiful, didn't you? Hey, I'm not ugly either. Take me as your disciple too. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" Lu Feier asked like a barrage of 100,000 whys, but Li Yundong remained indifferent. He didn't even look at her and didn't say a word. Lu Feier stamped her feet angrily and said, "You're so annoying. Why are you pretending to be cool?" She heard footsteps behind her. She turned her head and saw Chow Kefi looking at them curiously. She smiled and said, "What are you talking about?" Lu Feier suddenly acted as if she had seen a savior. She grabbed Chow Kefi's arm and said, "President Chow, look. This guy is so annoying. He only knows how to act cool and ignore me. He doesn't even answer me when I talk to him." Chow Kefi couldn't help laughing. She sat down next to Li Yundong, patted him on the arm, and said, "Hey, it's not polite of you. It's not like you." Li Yundong opened his eyes helplessly and sighed. "President Chow, can't you see that I'm practicing?" "Practicing?" Chow Kefi and Lu Feier exclaimed in unison. Lu Feier giggled. "Are you practicing the sunbathing magic kung fu? Which level have you reached? Do you want me to teach you another kind of sunbathing kung fu?" Chow Kefi knew that Li Yundong was not an ordinary person. She asked curiously, "You're lying here and basking in the sun?" "You soon." Li Yundong smiled slightly. "Then what do you think cultivation should be like?" Lu Feier rushed to say, "Just like in the movies, you should at least sit cross-legged, right? If lying lazily and basking in the sun like you is called cultivation, then this kung fu is too easy to practice." Li Yundong chuckled and said, "The way of cultivation starts with sitting and pole standing, which is what you call sitting cross-legged. But not all cultivation requires sitting cross-legged. Just like me now, you think I'm basking in the sun, but in fact..." Li Yundong blinked at Lu Feier and Chow Kefi and said with a sly look in his eyes, "In fact, I'm absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon." "Humph." Lu Feier immediately snorted. "Do you think you're the old demon of Black Mountain?" Chow Kefi also chuckled, but after laughing for a while, her heart suddenly moved. For some reason, a question popped up in her mind. She asked, "Have you cultivated to the level where you can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon at any time?" When Li Yundong heard this, he was stunned. He suddenly sat up straight, turned his head, and looked at Chow Kefi with bright eyes. "How do you know?" Lu Feier interrupted, "Come on, you just said that you are absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. Who doesn't know? I'm not deaf." Li Yundong shook his head, still staring at Chow Kefi, and said, "I mean, how do you know this is a kind of realm?" "President Chow, what kind of realm do you think it is?" Chow Kefi looked at Li Yundong blankly and shook her head. "How would I know? I just repeated what you said casually." Li Yundong stared at Chow Kefi for a long time. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, he stopped asking and continued to lie down. Lu Feier looked at him strangely and said, "You're really strange. You're so surprised when you talk." While she was talking, Chris also came over and looked at Li Yundong with a resentful expression. Lu Feier rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Hey, Chris, beg your master and ask him to accept me as a disciple." Chris looked at Lu Feier with even more resentment. "He still refuses to accept me as a formal disciple." Lu Feier was stunned for a moment. She patted Li Yundong on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Li Yundong, there should be a limit to your arrogance, right? What on earth does Chris want to learn from you?" Li Yundong didn't even turn his head. Ask her yourself. Chris saw Lu Feier looking at her curiously. She sighed softly and said, I want to learn cultivation from my master. Lu Feier's eyes suddenly lit up. Cultivation? It seems very mysterious and exciting. She poked Li Yundong's arm with her finger and said, Hey, can you also teach me cultivation? Li Yundong said leisurely, then answer me first. What is cultivation? Why do you want to cultivate? Lu Feier said without hesitation, of course, it's to cultivate like monks and Taoists. Cultivating all kinds of magic. Is this cultivation? Isn't that right? Li Yundong shook his head. You have a narrow view of cultivation. He turned his head and looked at Chris. Chris, what do you think cultivation is? Chris bit her lip, as if she was weighing her words. She hesitated for a long time before saying, I think cultivation is the process of a person slowly becoming a person from an ordinary person through special training. Li Yundong laughed and said, it's still an explanation with strong Western characteristics. Lu Feier said unconvinced, then what do you think cultivation is? Li Yundong smiled, pointed at himself, pointed at Lu Feier, and then pointed at the staff who were busy in the studio not far away and said, we are all cultivating. Lu Feier said with an unconvinced expression, humph. Playing tricks. It's boring. If I were also cultivating, why didn't I see any special abilities? Li Yundong smiled and said, you're very good at acting. Isn't that a special ability? Lu Feier smiled brightly and accepted all of Li Yundong's praise. Thank you very much, but you're quibbling. It doesn't count. Li Yundong smiled and said, no, I'm not quibbling. As he said this, Li Yundong pointed to the boundless blue sea and then to the vast sky, saying, the world is so big, and each of us is so small. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, how can we become strong with such weak power? Lu Feier, you also have your own strong points, especially in your professional field. You are much stronger than me. This is your way of cultivation. The art of cultivation isn't about cultivating some powerful power or special magic. Instead, it's about understanding the world around you and the people in the universe. Li Yundong said with a smile, Lu Feier, you understand the knowledge of the film and television world. This is actually a part of the people in the universe, so I said that you are also a cultivator. Lu Feier blinked her eyes as if she understood and said, what about you? Which part do you understand? Li Yundong chuckled and put his hands on his arms. He closed his eyes and said to Chris, Chris, do you understand what I just said? Go back and think about it. What kind of cultivation do you want to understand? Ask me when you've figured it out. Chris's eyes trembled slightly, and she looked a little confused. However, Chow Kefi, who was beside her, had a serious expression on her face, as if she had understood something. Lu Feier was about to speak, but she suddenly saw that the people on the beach had begun to run to the shore. She looked at the beach curiously and was shocked. Oh, the tide is rising? What a big wave. Let's go, let's go. The wave is coming. Chow Kefi and Chris looked at each other and quickly got up to run to the shore. After Lu Feier ran 10 meters away, she looked back and saw that Li Yundong was still lying lazily on the beach. She couldn't help shouting, hey, the wave is coming. Do you want to be swept away? However, Li Yundong didn't seem to hear her and remained motionless. Lu Feier still wanted to shout, but she saw the wave rushing over in the blink of an eye and swallowing Li Yundong's figure in an instant. When the wave receded, he had already disappeared. Lu Feier was shocked. Oh no, he was swept away by the wave. Does he know how to swim? Hey, is anyone going to save him? She was about to turn her head and call for help when she suddenly saw Li Yundong standing beside her and looking at her with a smile. Lu Feier was shocked and said with her mouth agape, why are you here? Weren't you swept away by the wave? Li Yundong laughed and said, the universe of heaven and earth is a small universe of the human body. All the 5 elements in the world are for me to use. How could I be swept away by the wave? After that, he turned around and left. Only Lu Feier, who was stunned, and Chris and Chow Kefi, who had already gotten used to it, were left behind. After the group returned to the hotel, Lu Feier tossed and turned in bed at night, thinking about what she had seen during the day. For a while, she couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned for a while, and her heart couldn't help but feel very upset. She quietly got up, quietly opened Chow Kefi's room and took a look inside. She saw that Chow Kefi was looking at the bright full moon outside the French window with bright eyes, muttering something in a low voice. Although her voice was soft, Lu Feier still heard her clearly. Chow Kefi was talking about nothing else but what Li Yundong had said during the day. The universe of heaven and earth is a small universe of the human body. All the 5 elements in the world are for me to use. As soon as Chow Kefi finished chanting, a ball of flames suddenly jumped out of her hand. Then, she muttered an incantation, and the flame in her hand quickly turned into a surging water ball. Then, it turned into a rock, a piece of wood, and a metal weapon that kept changing shape. Chow Kefi didn't seem to notice the existence of Lu Feier. She seemed to be immersed in her own world. She whispered to herself and laughed, so that's how it is, that's how it is. Lu Feier, who was at the door, was stunned. For a moment, she looked at Chow Kefi in front of her as if she were looking at a stranger. This beautiful businesswoman was skillfully playing with the 5 elements in her hand. There was a strange smile on her face, which looked particularly evil under the cold moonlight. Chapter 665. Lu Feier stared blankly at the scene in front of her and didn't move for a long time. It was as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Her whole body seemed to be immobilized. Her eyes widened and she thought to herself, when did Sister Chow become an immortal? How could she know magic? Just as she was puzzled, she suddenly saw Chow Kefi looking at her. The sharpness of her eyes was like a sharp sword, cutting into Lu Feier's heart. She trembled all over and subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. But as soon as she turned around, she heard Chow Kefi shouting behind her, "Hey, Feier, what are you doing?" Lu Feier heard Chow Kefi's gentle voice and doubtful tone. She turned her face and looked at her in surprise, only to see that Chow Kefi was looking at her strangely, as if she didn't understand why she ran away as soon as she saw her. Lu Feier pointed at Chow Kefi and said, "Sister Chow, you looked so scary just now." Chow Kefi asked curiously, "What did I look like just now?" Lu Feier looked scared. "When you were playing magic just now, your smile was so scary." Chow Kefi was at a loss. "Was I playing magic just now?" "No. I was thinking about something else just now." Lu Feier's eyes widened. "I saw it with my own eyes. You can set fire to your hands, and then turn them into water and earth." Chow Kefi couldn't help laughing. "You little girl, you didn't sleep well last night. Are your eyes dazzled?" Lu Feier said loudly, "Impossible, I saw it clearly just now." Chow Kefi laughed, walked up to Lu Feier, and waved her hands in front of her. "Don't be silly. If my hands can set fire, won't I become a monster? You must have been dazzled just now. You've been thinking too much about ghosts and gods recently, haven't you?" Lu Feier saw that Chow Kefi was speaking with certainty, and it didn't seem like she was lying. Moreover, she really didn't believe that Chow Kefi could suddenly use magic overnight. Lu Feier thought for a moment with a suspicious look on her face and said, "Maybe. Am I really dazzled?" Chow Kefi took Lu Feier's hand with a smile and said, Have you been so tired recently that your eyes are dazzled? How could you see such a thing? Come, sleep with me." Lu Feier was pulled to the spacious bed by Chow Kefi, and then she turned over and lay down. But after she lay down, she couldn't fall asleep. The image of Chow Kefi playing with the spell kept flashing in front of her eyes, but when she looked at Chow Kefi suspiciously, she saw that Chow Kefi had already fallen asleep. Her face was calm, and there was a slight smile on her lips, which was completely different from what she had seen before. Lu Feier was surprised for a moment and thought to herself, did I really see it wrong? Forget it, don't think about it anymore, sleep. But how could Lu Feier fall asleep? She kept thinking about this problem all night. She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought about it. She stayed up until the early morning before she slowly fell asleep. At dawn the next day, Chow Kefi slapped her butt, and Lu Feier woke up in a daze. Chow Kefi smiled and said, lazy girl, the sun is shining on your butt. It's time to get up. Although Lu Feier had a childish personality and the temper of a spoiled young lady, she was very dedicated to her work. Although she was extremely sleepy, she still got up with sleepy eyes and staggered to the bathroom to wash up. After that, she simply tied up her hair, combed it into a fresh ponytail, and then followed Chow Kefi out of the door. After leaving the hotel, she saw that almost all the people of the film crew were at the entrance of the hotel. There was a large bus parked at the door, and the staff and actors of the film crew were also wearing very casual clothes, as if they were going out to play, not to shoot at all. Lu Feier couldn't help but ask curiously, you're not shooting today? A staff member of the crew shrugged his shoulders and said, Director Song has something to do at home, so he won't be shooting for the next 3 days. We're going to a nearby scenic spot to play. Lu Feier immediately cried out bitterly, ah. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten up. I'm so sleepy. As she said this, she turned to Chow Kefi and smiled bitterly. Sister Chow, can I not go? I'm so sleepy. I didn't sleep well last night, and my eye bags are about to come out. Chow Kefi laughed and scolded, how old are you? You already have eye bags? No, you have to go. The place we're going to today is also our next shooting location. Lu Feier's face was very long. Just as she was about to act shamelessly, she saw Li Yundong standing not far away. Her heart's dream moved, and the sleepiness from before suddenly disappeared. She instantly jumped in front of Li Yundong, looked at him with a face full of hope, and asked, Hey, immortally, can you teach me magic? Li Yundong looked at her strangely. Big star, big beauty, why are you suddenly asking me this? Lu Feier had been a little familiar with Li Yundong these days. She casually grabbed Li Yundong's sleeve and said, Hey, just tell me if you can do it or not. Li Yundong pointed to Chris, who was staring at him from afar, and said with a smile, I haven't even taught her. How can I teach you? Lu Feier glanced at Chris and secretly stuck out her tongue. She smiled and said, Then can I ask you a few questions? Li Yundong smiled and was about to speak when he heard the bus honking. A staff member shouted, Hey, we're leaving. Everyone, get ready to get on the bus. Chow Kefi waved at Lu Feier not far away. Hey, Feier, are you coming? Lu Feier quickly pulled Li Yundong's arm and said, If he goes, I'll go. If he doesn't go, I won't go either. Chow Kefi quickly walked up to her and glared at her. Are you crazy? Are you trying to create a scandal? Look around. Someone is looking at you. Only then did Lu Feier come to her senses. She made a face at Chow Kefi and quickly let go of her hand. She took out a pair of big sunglasses from her pocket and put them on. Then she looked at Li Yundong and said, Hey, hurry up and say something. Li Yundong asked Chow Kefi, Where are you going? Chow Kefi said with a smile, We're going to Bifeng in the nearby Anding County to pay our respects. Since we're in Haikau, we can't miss the nearby tourist attractions. Besides, we're going to shoot there in a few days, so we're going to do some scouting in advance. Li Yundong was stunned. Bifeng? Is it the Bifeng where Yuchan Palace, the ancestral court of Yuchan, one of the 5 ancestors of Jindan's sect, is located? Chow Kefi and Lu Feier were both stunned. They looked at each other, and Chow Kefi said with a smile, I don't know what Jindan's sect or the 5 ancestors of Nanzong you're talking about. I only know that it's one of the famous tourist attractions in Hainan. Lu Feier said to Li Yundong excitedly, "Hey, you said you're not a god. Hey, what's Jindan's sect and the 5 ancestors of Nanzong?" Li Yundong didn't answer her question. He just nodded to Chow Kefi with a smile and said, "Okay, I'll go and have a look." After that, he followed the crowd into the car. Lu Feier was a little unhappy when she saw that Li Yundong was ignoring her. She stomped her feet angrily, but soon she grabbed Chris and asked, "Hey, Chris, tell me honestly, is your master a god or not?" Chris didn't dare to talk too much. She quickly waved her hand and began to play Tai Chi. "You can ask him. Don't ask me. I can't answer you." After that, she quickly got into the car. Lu Feier's face was long, and she got into the car angrily. After she got in the car, she saw that no one dared to sit next to Li Yundong. She was suddenly happy. She quickly ran to Li Yundong's side, sat down angrily, and said with a smile, "I'm here again." Li Yundong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Hey, if your fans see you like this, they'll kill me." Lu Feier said with a smile, "Then answer me." Li Yundong was a little helpless because of her pestering, so he could only say, Okay, what do you want to know?" Lu Feier was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Are there gods in this world?" Li Yundong said without hesitation, "Yes." Lu Feier asked curiously, "Really? But why haven't we seen them before?" Li Yundong smiled and said, "Which modern people believe in gods? Since no one believes in them, why would they show up?" Lu Feier asked in confusion, "But so many people believe in Christianity, but no one has seen Christ Jesus appear." Li Yundong said with a smile, "How do you know? Besides, the beliefs of each sect are different. The belief of Buddhism is to be free and go to paradise. The belief of Christianity is to atone for sins and go to heaven. The belief of Taoism is to live forever and go to the 9 heavens immortal world. But no sect's doctrine is to cultivate in order to see the gods. So many people in the world want to see the gods, and they will see them one by one." Lu Feier said angrily, "You're quibbling. No, show me some magic, or I won't believe you." Li Yundong smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, then don't believe me. This kind of thing has always existed if you believe it, and it doesn't exist if you don't believe it." Lu Feier saw that her provocation didn't work, so she rolled her eyes and said, "Then tell me, can magic be mastered in a day?" Li Yundong laughed, pointed to himself, and said, "Then if I say that I can become a movie king in one day, do you believe me?" Lu Feier said angrily, "Don't make trouble. I'm serious." Li Yundong also said seriously, "I'm also serious." Lu Feier asked tentatively, "So you mean no?" Li Yundong couldn't help laughing. "If you don't accumulate steps, you can't reach 1,000 miles. If you don't accumulate small streams, you can't form a river or a sea. Can Rome be built in one day?" Lu Feier tilted her head and thought for a moment. She couldn't help glancing at Chow Kefi. She bit her lip gently and asked the question that had been bothering her the most. She asked, "Hey, can you explain what magic is?" Li Yundong looked at her strangely. "Why do you want to know this?" Lu Feier said, "Oh, I'm just curious. I always feel that there are some things that can't be explained. I can't figure them out no matter how hard I try. It feels strange and uncomfortable. I can't even sleep well." Li Yundong smiled. He didn't want to talk to her about these things, but he suddenly saw from the corner of his eye that Chris, who was sitting on the other side, was looking at him seriously and eagerly. Her eyes were full of a strong desire for knowledge. Her expression and gaze instantly made Li Yundong's heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, "I pulled this girl out of school, asked her to star in a TV show without her consent and then ignored her. That doesn't seem to be very good, does it?" Thinking of this, Li Yundong smiled and didn't answer Lu Feier's question. Instead, he said to Chris with a smile, "Chris, do you know why the skin of Western women is generally thicker than that of Eastern women?" This question made Chris a little hesitant. She looked at Lu Feier's snow-white and delicate skin, and a look of envy flashed across her eyes. She shook her head and said, I don't know. Lu Feier tugged at Li Yundong's arm unwillingly. Hey, I asked you a question. Why did you change the subject? Li Yundong smiled and said, I didn't change the subject. I was just answering your question. Lu Feier said unhappily, do you think I'm a fool? What does it have to do with magic cultivation whether the pores of Western women or Eastern women are thicker or thinner? Li Yundong laughed and said, of course it has a lot to do with it. Li Yundong's words not only made Chris and Lu Feier widen their eyes, but also the other people in the car looked at Li Yundong. They thought to themselves, the size of a person's pores has anything to do with magic cultivation? Isn't this person too good at talking nonsense? Some male actors who couldn't stand Li Yundong's good luck with women looked at Li Yundong with a faint smile and thought to themselves, bluff, let's see how you bluff. Chapter 666. Li Yunyang saw that everyone was looking at him with different eyes. Some were curious, some were surprised, some were doubtful, and some were disdainful. He chuckled and said, you don't believe me? Well, let me ask you, Chris, what do you think you Westerners have been eating since ancient times? Chris answered without hesitation, bread and meat. Li Yundong nodded and said, yes, most of the places where Westerners lived a long time ago were cold and bitter. They needed to eat food with strong fire properties to resist the cold. Westerners, on the other hand, had a nomadic culture and a maritime culture, so their main food was bread and meat. Bread was baked in the fireplace, so it was naturally fiery and belonged to the category of hot food. Meat was also a warm and spicy food. Eating too much of it would cause one to get inflamed. However, if a person eats too much food with a strong fire attribute, they will often suffer from excessive internal heat, and slowly, their body's constitution will change. Li Yundong rolled up his sleeves and showed his arm to Chris and Lu Feier. He said with a smile, the universe of heaven and earth is a small universe of the human body. All living things in the world had a strong ability to recover and balance themselves. Humans were the spirits of all living things, so they also had the same ability as the universe. Wherever we feel uncomfortable, our bodies will slowly adjust to it. Therefore, Westerners have been eating food with high fire properties all year round, so their bodies are slowly forced to change. And this change is, the pores will expand, the hair will grow longer and thicker, and it will be easier to dissipate heat. Lu Feier, Chris, and the others saw that although Li Yundong was a man, his skin was as delicate as porcelain, and it was difficult to see his hair with the naked eye. Lu Feier deliberately exclaimed, oh my God, do you still shave your hair? Are you a man? Li Yundong couldn't help laughing. With a little chi, the hair on his arms suddenly stood up. This time, everyone could clearly see every open pore and erect hair on his arms. Chris's eyes widened as she whispered, how did he do this? The people in the car were also curious. Some men also rolled up their sleeves, trying to control the opening and closing of their pores. But no matter how hard they tried, they could only make the muscles on their arms move a little. They couldn't do it as freely as Li Yundong did. Lu Feier was curious and quickly asked, what's the matter with you? Why are your hairs standing on end at will? Li Yundong smiled and said, didn't you just ask me, what is the relationship between the thickness of a person's pores and the cultivation of magic? This is what I want to say. There is a lot at stake here. Then, he turned to Chris and said, Chris, do you know why Western women mature and age quickly? Chris thought for a moment and asked tentatively, does it have anything to do with the size of the pores? Li Yundong chuckled. That's right. Westerners had been eating a lot of hot food for thousands of years, so their physique had changed greatly. Almost every Westerner was born with a strong fire nature. As for those with an exuberant fire nature, they would develop faster and mature faster. However, because of their strong fire nature, Western women had larger pores, so the vitality in their body would leak out from their pores. The larger the pores, the faster the vitality would leak out. This was why some people with especially thin pores looked much younger than ordinary people. It was because the yuan qi in their bodies did not leak out easily. Another example, why do you sometimes feel dizzy after taking a hot bath for a long time? The reason is very simple. Because the pores are open, the qi in the body runs a little too much, so people will feel dizzy. Chris's eyes lit up, and she pointed at Li Yundong's arm. Your arm looked like it had no pores at all just now. Was it to store the yuan qi? She asked. Li Yundong looked at Chris with admiration and said, yes, as I said just now, the human body is a small universe that can store and produce essence, qi, and blood. And this essence, qi, and blood will be constantly consumed by our daily activities, so our traditional Chinese medicine advocates people to cultivate their character. What is cultivation? To repair the body's flaws and store one's own qi. To cultivate one's character is to cultivate one's own temperament and not cause one's 5 internal organs to be out of balance because of unnecessary and excited emotions, thus causing harm and burden to the body. Chris seemed to understand something and was silent for a moment. Chow Kefi, who was sitting behind Li Yundong, was listening attentively with sparkling eyes. Lu Feier didn't seem to understand. She dragged out her words and said, oh. I see. But you still haven't explained the relationship between the size of the pores and magic cultivation. Li Yundong said with a smile, you still don't understand? Come on, give me your hand. As he said this, Li Yundong motioned for Lu Feier to reach out to his palm. Lu Feier stretched out her snow-white hand in confusion and put it in Li Yundong's palm. Li Yundong smiled and raised her hand a little. You don't have to stick to me. You can hang in the air. Then, he secretly mobilized his invisible and traceless true essence into his palm, and knocked on Lu Feier's palm from the bottom up. Lu Feier suddenly retracted her hand with a scream and widened her eyes. She pinched her palm with the other hand and said in surprise, why did you hit me? Hey, that's not right. I was clearly some distance away from you. How did you hit me? Li Yundong laughed and said with a smile, do you want to try again? Lu Feier was surprised and curious. She quickly reached out to the top of Li Yundong's palm again. This time, she was hanging 10 centimeters in the air. She said, I've put it down. Why don't you try again? I don't believe. Before she could finish her words, Li Yundong's palm suddenly spewed out an invisible and traceless jinqi like a fountain, shaking Lu Feier's arm. Lu Feier covered her palm with a cry and said with a sad face, it hurts. Everyone in the car was suddenly surprised. Some people asked curiously, it's amazing. What's going on? Is it Qigong? Come on, it's magic, right? For a moment, everyone in the car was talking and speculating. Even the driver was so curious that he scratched his ears and cheeks and kept looking into the rearview mirror. Li Yundong said to Chris with a smile, Chris, do you want to give it a try? Chris was overjoyed and quickly reached out her hand. But soon, she rolled her eyes and quickly retracted her hand. She took out a hardcover book from her bag and put it under Li Yundong's palm. Li Yundong glanced at it and saw 4 golden words printed on the cover of the book, Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor. Li Yundong looked at Chris in surprise and thought to himself, does this girl really carry it around with her? Can she understand it? Li Yundong smiled and exerted force in his palm again. 2 fists away, he shook the inner cannon of the Yellow Emperor and sent it flying. At this time, everyone suddenly exclaimed. Even the person who said it was magic was tongue-tied. For a moment, he couldn't explain what he had seen in front of him. Lu Feier picked up the inner cannon of the Yellow Emperor in surprise. She weighed it in her hand and found that the book, which was 2 fingers thick, was heavy, but Li Yundong was able to easily shake it away. Lu Feier looked at Li Yundong as if she were looking at a visitor from outer space. She grabbed Li Yundong's arm tightly and said, hurry up and explain, or I'll haunt you to death even if I become a ghost. Li Yundong laughed and said, the reason is very simple. He opened the inner cannon of the Yellow Emperor, picked up one of the pages, and said with a smile, blow on it, hard. Lu Feier was stunned. After taking a deep breath, she puffed up her cheeks and blew on the page. The beauty's breath was fragrant and musky. Although it was not very strong, it made the page rustle for a while. Li Yindong smiled and said, "Not bad. Look, you can also make the page flutter. Why can't you understand that I just sent the book flying with qi?" Lu Feier asked curiously, "How is that the same?" "I'm blowing air." "How are you blowing air?" Li Yindong smiled and said, "It's the same. When a living person is beheaded, if he has made strenuous movements, the blood that spurts out of his neck can spray up to a height of several meters. Do you know why? It's very simple. Because the qi and blood in the body were flowing violently at that time, when the head was suddenly cut off, the surging qi and blood instantly sprayed a few meters away from the narrow blood vessels. This is caused by the strong air pressure and blood pressure. Just now, when you blew the qi stored in your lungs out of your narrow mouth, the power generated can blow these pages. It's the same reason." Li Yindong spread out his palm and said, "When the human body's qi and blood circulates, it can produce a powerful force. This force generally only exists in the meridians and blood vessels. But if people go through special training, they can mobilize this running qi and spray it out of their skin pores. You ordinary people can't control the opening and closing of your pores, so you can't feel the leakage of this qi, let alone use this qi to do something. But once you can easily control the opening and closing of your pores, you can mobilize the qi of your whole body to leak out through one of your pores. In this way, you can produce extremely strong air pressure and power." Lu Feier suddenly understood. "I see." But she quickly frowned and said, "But what does this qi have to do with magic cultivation? What does it have to do with big pores?" Li Yindong smiled and said, "The bigger the pores, the harder it is to control their opening and closing. And the smaller the pores, the stronger the zhenqi that the human body can release. The stronger this qi is, the more things you can do, and the more powerful you will be." Lu Feier blinked her eyes and said, "Then what does it have to do with magic?" Li Yindong smiled and said, "Of course it has something to do with magic. Everything in the world is nothing more than the 5 elements, and the 5 internal organs of the human body correspond to the 5 elements. Whichever element you want to control, you can choose which qi to release in your body. This is all the 5 elements of heaven and earth for my use." As he said this, Li Yindong turned his finger, and a ball of flame quickly jumped on his fingertip. But this flame disappeared in a flash in everyone's eyes. When they wanted to take a closer look, they saw that there was only a cloud of smoke left on Li Yindong's fingertip, leaving only a trace of memory, which kept replaying in their minds in amazement. Lu Feier looked at Li Yindong with her mouth open and tongue tied. She stammered, You are really a god." Li Yindong chuckled, but his eyes were fixed on Chris. He knew that no one else in the car could understand the true meaning of his words. He had said them only for Chris. As the saying goes, the great way is easy to find, but the true way is hard to hear. If someone listened to his words, they would immediately be able to achieve the great way and achieve success in cultivation. But if someone listened to it, it would just be a fleeting cloud and they would forget it in a blink of an eye. Li Yindong saw that Chris's eyes were flickering and she was deep in thought. He thought to himself, Chris, you came to China with sincerity to learn cultivation. It's not that I don't know your sincerity, but I can't accept disciples casually. Whether you are this material or not, whether you are qualified to step into this threshold depends on how much you can understand. But what Li Yindong didn't notice was that at this time, Chow Kefi, who was sitting behind him, also had a strange light in her eyes. She seemed to be so excited that she couldn't control herself. Her body was trembling slightly, and she grabbed the armrest tightly with both hands. Her fingers exerted force and scratched 5 fingerprints on the hard iron armrest. After Li Yindong explained the principles of cultivation magic, he didn't speak again. No matter how Lu Feier asked him, he closed his eyes and didn't say a word. After about an hour's drive, the group finally arrived at the foot of Wenbi Peak in Anding County, Hainan. everyone got out of the car and saw a green mountain rising from the ground. The mountain was beautiful, and the mountain was mainly composed of basalt and schist from the mountainside to the top. Although it was late winter, the vegetation on the mountain was lush, and the top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. After Chow Kefi got out of the car, she returned to normal. After taking a look at the mountain, she said curiously, "It doesn't look particularly special. The mountain doesn't seem to be high." Lu Feier followed Li Yundong and got out of the car. At this time, she had completely worshipped Li Yundong. As soon as she heard this, she immediately patted Li Yundong on the shoulder and said with a smile, "As the saying goes, the mountain is not high. If there is an immortal, it will be famous. With the powerful immortally here, it's hard for this place not to be famous." Lu Feier's words were unintentional, but two young men in Taoist robes passed by. When the two men heard this, they immediately became suspicious. They frowned, turned their heads, and shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you call yourself an immortal here?" Chapter 667. Their voices were not loud, but they were clearly heard by Li Yundong, Lu Feier, and the others. They were almost there. Lu Feier turned her head to take a look. She saw that although the two men were wearing navy blue Daoist robes that were a little gray and had black crowns on their heads, they looked a little out of place. However, the two of them had big eyes and thick eyebrows. Their gazes were so sharp that they seemed solid. Lu Feier stuck out her tongue, made a face at them, and said, "What are you doing?" "I was just saying it casually. Why are you so overbearing? Besides, I didn't claim to be an immortal." The two Taoist priests glanced at Lu Feier with unkind eyes and soon looked at Li Yundong. When they saw Li Yundong, they couldn't help but be stunned and looked at him suspiciously. The two Taoist priests only felt that Li Yundong was standing in the same place. At first glance, he seemed to be no different from the tourists around him. But after looking at him a few more times, they found that this extremely young boy seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment. It was as if he was there, and the small universe of his body and the big universe of heaven and earth were one, inseparable from each other. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. When the two Taoist priests were shocked and took a closer look, they suddenly found that Li Yundong looked like an ordinary person. The feeling of being one with heaven and man just now had disappeared. This kind of strange feeling surprised the two Taoist priests. While they were surprised and puzzled, they suddenly heard an enchanting and moving voice coming from the side. "Feier, stop talking. Let's hurry up the mountain." The two Taoist priests turned their heads and saw an extremely beautiful woman talking to Lu Feier with a smile. The two Taoist priests were shocked at the same time. They looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. For a moment, they stared at Chow Kefi blankly and couldn't move for a long time. Seeing that the two of them were looking at Chow Kefi in a daze, Lu Feier said loudly, "Hey, haven't you seen a beauty before? Are you stupid? Are you guys monks or not? You might as well renounce asceticism." Only then did the two Taoist priests come back to their senses. As if they had just woken up from a dream, they hastily bowed to Lu Feier and the others with flustered expressions, then quickly ran up the mountain. Lu Feier looked at the backs of the two of them, curled her lips, and sneered, "They are Taoist priests, but they can't walk when they see a beauty." Chow Kefi pretended to be angry and glared at her. "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful of your words. Do you think no one will recognize you if you wear sunglasses?" Lu Feier giggled. "Don't be afraid. With immortally here, everything will be fine." Li Yundong smiled noncommittally and said, "Let's go up the mountain. I'll be there soon." After that, they slowly climbed up the mountain. On the other hand, the two Taoist priests who had left earlier dashed all the way to the top of the mountain. The two of them ran all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top, passing through the Luck Hall, the Jade Toad Pavilion, the Yuanshan Hall, and other places. Finally, they arrived at the Tianshu Pavilion of the Seven Stars Pavilion. Finally, they found an old man in a white robe, a small black hat, and a white beard. The old man was standing on a rock and slowly waving his sword. Judging from his posture and movements, it was a move of the Taiji sword. When the two Taoist priests saw the old man, they hurriedly shouted, "Master, Master." The old man didn't look back and continued waving his sword slowly. His movements were heavy and slow, as if he was not holding a sword, but a huge rock that weighed thousands of pounds. The old man said in a long voice, "What's the matter? Look at how anxious you are. What did I teach you?" The two Taoist priests looked at each other and said in unison, "A monster has come down the mountain." The old man slowed down and looked at them with a faint smile. "Have you watched too much Journey to the West? In such a peaceful world, how could there be a monster? Besides, even if you've watched too much Journey to the West, I'm not Tang Seng." A slightly taller Taoist priest stamped his feet and said, "Oh, Master, don't joke around. I'm not lying to you. Go and have a look. I've never seen a woman with such a strong demonic appearance." "A woman?" The old man laughed and said, "You must have seen a woman who is too beautiful, so you think she's a monster, right? Hey, let me tell you, if you don't have any evil thoughts in your heart, even if a real monster stands in front of you, it can't be considered a monster. If there are evil thoughts in your heart, any woman you see is a monster." The two Taoist priests were so angry that they couldn't speak for a moment. After looking at each other, they rushed to the rock together and grabbed the old man's arms. Lianxing said, "Master, other people can't see it, but us two brothers have opened the heaven's eye, how could we not see it? You'll know when you come with us." "Yes, Master, go and have a look." The old man's hands were grabbed. He glared at them and shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of me. Do you still know how to respect your master? What a scandal. I'm not going." Without saying a word, the two Taoist priests bent down and grabbed one leg each, lifting the old man up as if he was carrying a wooden pole. The two Taoist priests looked at each other. "You almost there." The old Taoist was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He kept hitting the two Taoist priests' heads with his hands. "Hey, put me down. You guys are getting bolder and bolder." The two Taoist priests grimaced as they were beaten by the old Taoist. They tilted their heads and smiled, saying, "Master, bear with it. You'll know when you see it." The old Taoist said angrily, "Then put me down. I have my own legs. Don't I know how to walk?" The taller Taoist smiled apologetically, "Master, don't give me that. You said the same thing the last time, but when we put you down, you turned and ran. We won't fall for it this time." The shorter Taoist priest said seriously, "Master, this is not us brothers fooling around. Just now, when we went down the mountain, we heard someone bragging about being an immortal in front of our Jade Toad Palace on Pen Peak. Then, we saw a woman with a strong demonic appearance hanging out with this person. In addition," the taller Taoist priest continued, "in addition, we also saw a very strange person. He looked a little like a fellow Taoist, but also a little different." The old Taoist struggled for a while, but could not get down. He could only be carried by the two of them like they were carrying a Buddha statue, causing many tourists to look at him curiously. The old Taoist looked resentful, as if he did not believe the two of them. He snorted and said, "Humph, you two country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Last time, when you saw the Nikon logo, you said it was a Nike. When you saw the Cherry QQ, you said it was a luxury sports car. I've lost all my face because of you. Let's see how you will be embarrassed this time." "Humph. By the way, what did you mean by fellow Taoists? What do you mean by a little different? Hey, although you two have never seen the world, your cultivation is not bad. You can't tell if a person is a cultivator or not, can you?" The taller Taoist priest smiled awkwardly when he was scolded by his master, but he quickly said seriously, "Master, I also think it's very strange. When I first saw him, I felt that he was no different from an ordinary person in the secular world. But after looking at him a few more times, I felt that he was a cultivator with a very high cultivation. It was as if he had become one with heaven and man, and he had become one with heaven and earth. But after I looked at him a few more times, this feeling quickly disappeared. It's very strange. The shorter Taoist priest quickly nodded. Yes, I feel the same way. The old Taoist priest was stunned. He stroked his white beard that hung down to his chest and asked curiously, Becoming one with heaven and man? How old does this person look? The taller Taoist priest said, he seems to be in his early 20s. The shorter Taoist priest also said, about the same. He looks a little younger, but he has a very mature temperament. The old Taoist priest was surprised. Huh? He looks so young, but he has such cultivation? That's impossible, right? The taller Taoist priest said, that's right. That's why we find it strange. Master, think about it. The moment we came down the mountain, we heard someone spouting nonsense as if he was trying to provoke us. Following that, we saw such an unfathomable fellow. That's not all. When we turned around, we saw a seductive woman. How could we not be nervous? How could we not think too much? If a few fellows come and our jade-toed palace defeats them, we'll lose a lot of face. The old Taoist priest scoffed. What a joke. Our jade-toed palace has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. Who would have nothing better to do than to find trouble with us? The shorter Taoist priest said, Master, that's not how you put it. A man has no intention of hurting a tiger, but a tiger will eat a man's heart. Master, it's important to be wary of others. That's what you taught us. The taller Taoist priest hurriedly said, Yes. Master, don't be stubborn. Follow us and you will know. Helpless, the old Taoist priest could only say, All right, I'll follow you. If not, go back and copy the Vajra longevity technique 100 times. The taller Taoist priest shuddered in fear. 100 times? Master, we will die. The shorter Taoist priest said, Master, we are definitely right. Don't worry. The group quickly descended the mountain. When they walked all the way to the jade-toed pavilion, they saw a group of people walking slowly towards them. This group of people were mostly young men and women. Most of the men were handsome, and most of the women were wearing sunglasses and dressed fashionably. The taller Taoist priest who was carrying the old Taoist priest hurriedly pointed at a young man who was walking and talking. He said, Hey, master, that's him. Look. The old Taoist priest patted his head and shouted in a low voice, Put me down. The two Taoist priests seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly put the old Taoist priest down. As soon as the old Taoist priest's feet landed on the ground, he looked at the young man. Indeed, as his two disciples had said, the man's temperament was extraordinary. After carefully looking at him for a while, he slowly stroked his beard and said, Well, this must be a cultivator. If I'm not wrong, he has now entered the realm of heaven and man oneness. Heaven and man oneness. This is the realm of immortal golden body. Amazing, such an achievement at such a young age, it's really amazing. In modern times, the only cultivator I've heard of who has cultivated to such a realm at such a young age is Wang Yuanshan. I wonder which sect this young man belongs to and which master's disciple. The two disciples of the old Taoist priest looked at each other and said in surprise, Immortal golden body? No way. How old is he? They naturally knew that there were 3 levels of the golden body realm, namely, the primary level of the immortal golden body, the middle level of the immortal golden body, and the top level of the immortal golden body. Using the majestic Jinshin Jinshi to protect the body, invulnerable to swords and spears, and impervious to water and fire, it was called immortal. Using heaven and man oneness, one could mobilize the 5 elements of the world at will, and be one with heaven and earth. It was called immortal. Reaching the peak, one could challenge the might of heaven and thunder, and the body of the young spirit could shine as brightly as the sun and the moon, and live as long as heaven and earth. It was called immortal. The old Taoist priest glanced at his 2 disciples and said with a smile, Now you know that there is always someone better, don't you? The two Taoist priests snorted, looked at Li Yundong with dissatisfaction, and muttered in a low voice, "What's the big deal? We are all Jinshin. Who is afraid of who?" The old Taoist priest rolled his eyes. He stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "He has reached such a realm at such a young age. Where did such a powerful young man appear in our cultivation world recently?" "Huh." The old Taoist priest's face changed. He took out a mobile phone from his pocket and quickly sent a text message. After a while, his mobile phone rang. It was a MMS. The old Taoist priest opened the MMS, looked up at Li Yundong, and suddenly said, "So it's him. No wonder, no wonder." His two disciples leaned over to take a look, only to see that the MMS was from Du Fei of the Chuanjin Dragon sect, and there was a photo of Li Yundong on the MMS. The two Taoist priests looked at each other and asked, "Master, who is this?" The old Taoist priest laughed and said, "I said that you have never seen the world, but you still don't admit it. This is Super Li. He's the most famous young man in our cultivation world right now." The tall Taoist priest looked at Li Yundong unconvinced and said, "Super Li? How arrogant. I want to see how invincible he is." Chapter 668. When the old Taoist heard his disciples' words, he immediately glared at him and shouted, "What do you want? What did I teach you? Did you learn some skills just to use them to fight with others?" The tall Taoist priest shrunk his head after being reprimanded by the Taoist priest. "You almost there?" The short Taoist priest thought for a moment, patted his head, and said in surprise, "Oh, I remember now. Isn't Super Li the leader of the Fox Zen school? He was the leader of a group of demons. No wonder the woman beside him is so bewitching." The old Taoist snorted twice, put the phone back into his pocket, and said, "It's good that you know. Don't be so surprised in the future. The monsters are controlled by an organization, and they haven't done anything evil. Why are you so excited? Let's go. Mind your own business." The tall Taoist grabbed the old Taoist's arm and said, "No, master, look at that monster. Where have you seen such a monster?" The old Taoist impatiently followed his gaze and was stunned. He gasped and unconsciously tugged at his beard. He widened his eyes and said, "What a strong seductive aura. This is simply unheard of and unseen." The person he was looking at was Chow Kefi. Her eyebrows were like an ink painting, and her lips were like vermilion. She was like a calamity who had walked out of a painting. Her every move revealed a strange seductive charm. Wherever this extremely beautiful woman went, she would attract attention. Women who saw her would be extremely jealous, and men who saw her almost couldn't walk. The old Taoist clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Strange, strange." It had such a heavy demonic appearance, yet there was not the slightest bit of demonic aura. How strange. I've lived for 99 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a physiognomy. The tall Taoist quickly said, "Master, I told you it was a monster. Hurry up and give it a try. Let's see where this monster came from." The old Taoist glared at him. "Nonsense. She didn't provoke you. Why did you provoke her?" After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. The short Taoist priest hurriedly advised, "Master, they don't come with good intentions. You can't let down your guard. Even if you don't provoke her, you can at least test her from afar, right? Let's find out their origins first. If they really have evil intentions, we can at least be prepared." When the old Taoist heard this, his body immediately stopped. He turned around, thought for a moment, and stretched out his hand. "Give me my sword." The tall Taoist priest quickly handed him the steel sword he had taken from the old Taoist priest. However, the old Taoist priest threw it aside without even looking at it. He glared at him and said, "Bastard, give me another one." The short Taoist priest hastily took out a 2-feet-long peach wood sword from his Taoist robe and respectfully handed it over. The old Taoist took the peach wood sword, took out a talisman from his sleeve, and put it on the peach wood sword. He gently blew on the peach-wood sword, and then pointed at Chow Kefi from dozens of meters away. The two Taoist priests immediately widened their eyes and stared at the talisman nervously. They knew that it was a demon-revealing talisman. Whichever monster their master pointed at with the peach-wood sword, the figure of that monster would appear on the talisman after a while. However, they had never expected that the peach-wood sword would tremble violently as the old Taoist pointed at it, as if it didn't dare to face the target it was pointing at. The old Taoist frowned, and the Jinshi in his body surged. He pointed at the demon-revealing talisman on the tip of the sword and shouted in a low voice. All the Jinshi in his body surged into the tip of the sword. However, as soon as his Jinshi surged over, he suddenly saw the demon-revealing talisman break into pieces in an instant, and then the peach-wood sword actually burned by itself with a hiss. At this moment, the three Taoist priests were instantly dumbstruck. What kind of monster was this? It was so powerful that even the demon-revealing talisman didn't work. Even the peach-wood sword, which was dozens of meters away, was forced to spontaneously burn. The old Taoist priest stared blankly at the burning peach-wood sword in his hand, and his eyes flashed with horror. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? It's so powerful. The tall Taoist priest and the short Taoist priest were dumbfounded. They knew that this peach-wood sword was a Taoist magic treasure with spiritual nature. Although it was not very powerful, it was still a spiritual item. If it hadn't encountered a terrifying monster just now, it would definitely not have been like this. The tall Taoist priest stared blankly for a moment before his eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and immediately took out a copper bell from his bosom. He fiercely stared at Chow Kefi and raised his foot to rush toward her. Just as he moved, he was stopped by his master. The old Taoist priest glared at him and shouted, "What are you doing?" The tall Taoist priest gritted his teeth and said, "Subdue the demon." The old Taoist priest laughed angrily. "You? What kind of demon did you subdue and what kind of demon did you get rid of? Aren't you afraid of being subdued by others?" The tall Taoist priest frowned and said angrily, "It's my wish to kill the demon and die for the Tao." The short Taoist priest's blood was also boiling, and his face was determined. "Senior brother, I'll go with you." The old Taoist priest shouted angrily in a low voice, "Bastard! You two bastards! I worked so hard to bring you out, and I still expect you to inherit my mantle. Are you going to die just like that? Besides, how do you know that the other party must be a demon? If the other party is really a demon, why is there no demonic aura on her? How do you explain this?" The tall Taoist priest said anxiously, "But master, didn't you see that the demon-revealing talisman and the peach-wood sword cracked and burned when they were pointed at the demon? If this is not a demon, what is it? How do you explain this?" The old Taoist priest's face darkened and he said in a low voice, "Even if it's a demon, it's a rare demon for thousands of years." As he said this, he looked at Chow Kefi from afar and said in a deep voice, "As far as I can see, this person has no demonic aura at all, but her demonic aura is exposed. Moreover, when the peach-wood sword with pure yang power is pointed at her, it can spontaneously burn. This shows that the supreme Yin demon aura in this person's body is incredibly powerful, but there is no leakage of her demon aura. This means that either she has cultivated to the peak state and returned to nature, or her demon aura and spiritual power are hidden deep in her body and her soul consciousness has not been awakened. Otherwise, there will be more or less leakage of demon aura." The short Taoist priest said, "Master, are we just going to watch here?" The old Taoist priest pondered for a while and said, "Don't worry. I'll go and meet this Li Yundong." The tall Taoist priest said in surprise, "Master, why are you going to find this guy? This guy is in cahoots with the demon and is willing to degenerate himself. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to go to such a person?" The old Taoist priest glared at him and said, Face, is face so important? Besides, I've heard Shiji Du Fei talk about this guy. Du Fei speaks highly of him. He is a gentleman and doesn't seem to be an evil person." The tall Taoist priest snorted bitterly and said, You may know a person's face but not his heart. Who knows? You two wait for me here. Don't move without my orders. The old Taoist priest ignored him, turned around, and walked toward Li Yundong after saying these words. The tall Taoist priest snorted and turned his face to one side. The short Taoist priest quickly took a step forward and said with concern, "Master, be careful." The old Taoist priest waved his hand and left without looking back. Li Yundong and the others were leisurely watching the surrounding scenery in the jade-toed pavilion of Pen Peak. Along the way, Lu Feier kept pestering him with questions. Every time they passed a scenic spot, Li Yundong would introduce the historical stories of these scenic spots. Coincidentally, if Li Yundong had gone to other scenic spots, he might not have known these historical stories. However, Pen Peak was a famous Taoist mountain. He had read many cultivation books in the spirit space, so he knew these things like the back of his hand. The group of people walked under the octagonal building with flying eaves and arches while listening to Li Yundong speak with fervor and assurance. The jade-toed pavilion you see now is dedicated to a great figure in the history of our Chinese cultivation world. This person is called Bai Yuchan, formerly known as Guchangeng. He was one of the 5 ancestors of the South sect of Jindan sect during the Southern Song dynasty. He was also the official founder of the South sect of Jindan sect. And the Jindan sect played an important role in the history of our Chinese Taoism. Lu Feier was curious and couldn't help but ask, "Is this Bai Yuchan powerful? Are you more powerful or is he more powerful?" Li Yundong laughed involuntarily. Bai Yuchan was a grandmaster who founded the Jindan sect South sect. Hainan was originally a barren land for Taoism, but he preached the Tao and eventually spread Taoism here. How can I compare to such a grandmaster? Lu Feier rolled her eyes and asked, "Then who is in charge here now? Is it also the successor of this Jindan sect?" Li Yundong shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. Maybe Zi Yuan knows more. She might know." Lu Feier was about to speak again, but she saw an old man in a Taoist robe walking over. The old man looked at her with a smile and said, "Miss, can you step aside?" Lu Feier was a little puzzled, so she stepped aside. The old Taoist walked up to Li Yundong, made a Taoist salute with one hand, and said, "Jinren Li." Li Yundong saw that although the old Taoist's beard was white, his eyes were bright and his voice was loud. Although he was relatively thin, the muscles that were exposed outside his clothes were strong and hard. What surprised Li Yundong was that the old Taoist in front of him was obviously a cultivator, but he couldn't tell what realm he was at all. Has this old Taoist returned to his original state? Li Yundong guessed in surprise. In his opinion, the old Taoist's cultivation was at least at the level of immortal Jinshin. Only those who had reached this level could truly return to their original state, and they might even be masters of thunder retribution. Li Yundong didn't dare to be negligent. He respectfully returned the salute and said with a smile, "I don't dare. I haven't asked your name yet." The old Taoist smiled slightly, pointed to a remote corner not far away, and said, "Can I have a word with you?" Li Yundong smiled and said, "Okay." After that, he turned around and said to Chris, Lu Feier, Chow Kefi, and the others, "Wait for me here. I'll be back later." Seeing Li Yundong leave with the old Taoist, Lu Feier stretched her neck and looked for a while. Suddenly, she turned her head and said excitedly to Chow Kefi, "Hey, Sister Chow, are there really such cultivation sects? It's so interesting." But as she spoke, she saw that Chow Kefi's expression was a little unnatural. She looked at the old Taoist with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Lu Feier was stunned. "Sister Chow, what's wrong with you? Do you know this Taoist?" Chow Kefi suddenly came to her senses. She smiled and said, "I don't know him. I'm just a little uncomfortable." Lu Feier didn't doubt her. "Oh," she said, still looking at Li Yundong not far away with interest. After Li Yundong followed the old Taoist to a corner, he saw the old Taoist stop and look at Li Yundong with a smile. He said, I am the 21st generation successor of the Chuanjin Dragon sect, Zhang Zhishuan, the abbot of the Yuchan Palace. Jinrenli, may you live a long life. Li Yundong immediately laughed. So it's a senior of the Chuanjin Dragon sect. May I know how to address you in Dufei? Zhang Zhishuan smiled slightly. That's my little Shizhi. Li Yundong suddenly understood and saluted. Sorry for not recognizing you. What can I do for you, senior? The smile on Zhang Zhishuan's face suddenly disappeared. His face was serious, and his words were shocking. He said, Jinrenli, with all due respect, don't you know that you are in danger and that a catastrophe is imminent? A few words of nonsense. Some people say. Why are there so many Jinshin masters? How many of them can pop up everywhere? Come on, it's so fresh. There are tens of millions of believers in Huaxin sect, and there are hundreds of thousands of cultivators who practice hard. Is it difficult to have dozens of Jinshin masters among so many people? Are you kidding me? Besides, some people say that in the later stages of the book, there are more and more Jinshin masters like cabbages. Classmate, when you were poor, did you hang out with those who were as poor as you all day long? When you were rich, did the people around you slowly start to change? Did you become rich and have more friends? When you became a millionaire, did you find that there were so many multimillionaires? When you became a millionaire, did you find that there were so many billionaires? When you reach the level of a billionaire, you will realize that there are actually so many billionaires in this world. This principle is the same as cultivation. The higher your level, the higher the realm and the higher the level of people you meet. Yes, I know that most people can't come into contact with this level, but please, can't you just watch it quietly? Besides, who told you that this sect in Hainan is a small sect? Go Baidu and find out who this old Taoist Zhang Zhishuan is. Chapter 669. When Li Yundong heard Zhang Zhishuan's horrifying words, he was shocked and asked with a serious face, Senior Zhang, I don't know why you said that. Zhang Zhishuan stared into Li Yundong's eyes and said, You really didn't notice it at all? Li Yundong said respectfully, Senior, please give me some advice. Zhang Zhishuan frowned secretly and said, Don't you feel anything unusual around you? Unusual? Li Yundong thought for a moment and said, Senior, please tell me. Zhang Zhishuan had lived for nearly 100 years. Of course, he knew that it was better to be polite to everyone he met. However, for the sake of Du Fei's high evaluation of Li Yundong, he wanted to warn the young man in front of him out of kindness, but he didn't want to force himself to do it. Although Li Yundong was straightforward, he still thought for a moment and said meaningfully, Jinrenli, it's not easy for you to have such a realm at such a young age. You have to cherish it. I'll give you a word of advice. Please remember it. Li Yundong bowed and said, Senior, please enlighten me. Zhang Zhishuan said, Remember, essence nourishes the real root, qi nourishes the spirit, yuanyang does not go to the true, dantian nourishes the treasure of longevity, and 10,000 taels of gold does not belong to others. You must not be greedy for beauty and indulge in it, and in the end, lose your treasure of longevity. Li Yundong's heart skipped a beat and he said, Isn't this the boxing scripture of Xingyi boxing? Is he referring to the relationship between me and Su Chan? Yes, that should be it. Maybe Jinren Du told him. Li Yundong smiled slightly and said, Thank you for your guidance, Jinren Zhang. I'll keep it in mind. Zhang Zhishuan saw that Li Yundong could still accept his words with a smile. He couldn't help but think highly of the young cultivator in front of him. He laughed and said, Of course, I can see that Jinrenli is still a Yuanyang child, which is rare and commendable. But the way of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall back. It's like going into the abyss in the middle of the night. If you're not careful, you will be crushed. Jinrenli, you must remember to grasp your true self. Don't be blinded by the illusions of the world. Li Yundong solemnly bowed and said, I will remember your teachings. Zhang Jishuan was about to speak again when he suddenly heard the sound of a man and a woman arguing not far away. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man in a suit and leather shoes arguing with a brown-blue-eyed foreign woman. When Li Yundong saw them, he was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, "Isn't this Zhao Yuzhen and Justin? What were they doing here?" Li Yunyang saw that Justin was talking to Zhao Yuzhen fiercely. Her expression was full of indignation and resentment, while Zhao Yuzhen was explaining something to Justin with a helpless expression. Neither Li Yunyang nor Zhang Jishuan were very proficient in bird language, so they didn't understand what they were talking about for a moment. But soon, they saw Justin suddenly see Chao Kefi and the others. She immediately rushed to Chao Kefi, pointed at Zhao Yuzhen, and said in English, "You can't fire me. I was invited by him." Chao Kefi hadn't expected that they would meet Justin and Zhao Yuzhen here. She was shocked and quickly sneered, "You're wrong. You were invited by us. Of course, we can fire you. Besides, it's not us who started the trouble, but you, Miss Justin. Forget all of this. It's all over. If you don't believe me, go and ask Zhao Yuzhen. Let's see if he dares to interfere in your business." Justin immediately turned her head to look at Zhao Yuzhen. Zhao Yuzhen didn't expect that he would meet Chao Kefi and the others here when he took Justin out to relax. The most damn thing was that he didn't want to reveal himself in this matter, so he secretly encouraged Justin to make trouble for them. But now, even a fool knew that he was the one who had ordered it. Zhao Yuzhen was so angry that his teeth itched. It was fine when he brought Justin out, but this girl touched his sore spot. She always asked him to stand up for her, but how could he dare to stand up for her? If it was just Chao Kefi, it would be fine. But the problem was that now Li Yunyang was involved. It was too late for him to run away. How could he dare to show up? This damned B***tch, if I had known it would be so difficult, I wouldn't have provoked her. Even I don't dare to provoke someone, but you don't know what's good for you. Zhao Yuzhen cursed in his heart, but in order to pretend to be a big shot in front of a beautiful woman, he had bragged a little too much, so now he couldn't get out of the situation for a while. Zhao Yuzhen saw Justin looking at him. He was about to say something, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw Li Yundong looking at him not far away. Zhao Yuzhen was scared out of his wits. Why does this little bastard always run into me? Wherever I am, he is there. Why is that? But soon, Zhao Yuzhen thought of a more serious thing. His mind suddenly went blank. He thought to himself, "Damn it, this little bastard must have found out that I was the one who ordered Justin to go on strike. He won't take revenge on me, will he? If he holds a grudge against me, then he will plot against me a few times in the future. I will be dead for sure." Zhao Yuzhen didn't even look at Justin. He quickly rushed to Li Yundong and said with a pitiful face, "Child Li, don't listen to this bitch's nonsense. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I didn't instigate her. You have to believe me." Li Yundong was not a fool. With just a glance, he understood the cause and effect of the matter. His heart was like a mirror, but he didn't say anything. He just said with a faint smile, "Mr. Zhao, I didn't say anything." "Why are you in such a hurry to explain?" Zhao Yuzhen opened his mouth and immediately realized that he had a guilty conscience. He confessed without being forced to do so. He wanted to jump up and slap himself in the face. Zhao Yuzhen smiled dryly and stammered, "Child Li, you are a magnanimous person. Don't argue with her. I promise I will never appear in front of you again, okay?" Li Yundong saw that Zhao Yogan's words were somewhat incoherent. It was obvious that he was so scared that he was incoherent. At this time, the abbot of the Jade-Toad Palace, Zhenren Zhang Jishuan, was in front of him. He didn't want others to say that he was aggressive, so he smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, I don't understand what you're saying. The world is so big. It's your own business where you want to go. I'll be there soon. However, I want to give you a piece of advice. If you do too much evil, you will bring about your own destruction. You have to accumulate some good karma, Mr. Zhao. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble in the future. Although Zhang Zhishuan didn't know what had happened here, when he saw that Li Yundong had given some of the words he had said to Zhao Yuzhen in front of him, he immediately grinned and thought to himself, hey, this boy is a little interesting. He's so young, but he talks more like an old man than me. When Zhao Yuzhen heard Li Yundong's words and saw that he actually didn't want to argue with him, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, yes, child Li is right. Although Justin didn't understand what Zhao Yuzhen and Li Yundong were talking about, she could tell what had happened just by looking at their expressions. She immediately widened her eyes and said to Zhao Yuzhen, you lied to me. You said that you were the biggest boss in this crew, so I listened to you. Otherwise, Zhao Yuzhen didn't know that Li Yundong's English was so bad that he could hardly understand what they were talking about, but because of his guilty conscience, he was so scared that his back broke out in a cold sweat. For a moment, anger rose in his heart, and evil grew in his heart. There was a fierce light in his eyes. He turned around and slapped Justin in the face. He glared at her fiercely and spat out a few murderous words from between his teeth, shut up. When Zhao Yuzhen turned his face, it immediately turned into a flattering smile. Child Li, don't listen to her nonsense. This B*TCH will do anything in order to be promoted. Li Yundong smiled, which looked a little mysterious. He said, I'm not interested in knowing about you and her. Zhao Yuzhen nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, yes, child Li is magnanimous. Naturally, he won't argue with us. Let's go. As he said this, he pulled Justin and shouted angrily in a low voice, idiot, come with me. Justin had never suffered like this before. She was stunned for a moment. She was dragged more than 10 meters away by Zhao Yuzhen before she suddenly came to her senses. She screamed and fought with Zhao Yuzhen regardless of the situation. Zhao Yuzhen was furious. He slapped Justin hard in the face and made her tumble. Then, he left in a huff. Justin cried on the ground for a while before she slowly got up and left, choking with sobs. Zhao Yuzhen left Justin alone all the way. He measured Li Yundong's gentlemanly heart with his own mean mind. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Li Yundong would take revenge on him. He was frightened, as if he was running away. He returned to the place where he was staying, picked up his luggage, and rushed to the airport to fly back to Shenzhen. Then, he took the high-speed train from Shenzhen back to Tiannan City. After arriving in Tiannan City, Zhao Yuzhen felt that he was very far away from Li Yundong. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After dragging his luggage out of the railway station, he called his sweetheart. He thought in a mess, damn it, I didn't eat fish, but I got a fishy smell. Li Yundong, this little bastard, is really my nemesis. If he appears anywhere in the future, I'll take a detour. By the way, I'll close that tea house when I get back. So as not to cause trouble for me. Zhao Yuzhen was full of thoughts when he suddenly saw a young beggar with a broken arm dragging his body to him and shouting at him, as if he wanted to beg him. Zhao Yuzhen had nowhere to vent his anger, so he didn't have the mood to do a good deed. He kicked him and shouted, "Get out of my way." When the beggar heard his voice, he was stunned for a moment, and then he raised his head. When he saw it, his eyes suddenly widened and his face showed ecstasy. He shouted and rushed toward Zhao Yuzhen. One of his broken arms grabbed Zhao Yuzhen's thigh, and the other hand grabbed Zhao Yuzhen's palm. He quickly and quietly stuffed a ball of paper into Zhao Yuzhen's palm. When Zhao Yuzhen saw the beggar rushing over, he was shocked and angry. Just as he was about to scold him, he suddenly saw that the beggar's face had been beaten black and blue, and there were scars everywhere. The broken arm was wrapped with a broken paper bag, and it looked like a wooden stake. It was very terrible. But the most frightening thing was that as soon as the young beggar opened his mouth, he revealed a piece of broken tongue. The wounds were all new. When he was excited, blood even came out of his mouth, which made people's hair stand on end at first glance. Zhao Yuzhen was so scared that he had goosebumps all over his body. Just as he was about to drive the beggar away, he saw two middle-aged beggars rushing out of nowhere and dragging the young beggar away. Zhao Yuzhen shivered and watched the young beggar struggle crazily and roar at him. He unconsciously clenched his hand, and only then did he realize that there was a ball of paper in his palm. Zhao Yuzhen opened it and saw a line of crooked words written on it. It was scribbled and distorted, as if it had been written in extreme tension and fear. It read, "I am Shen Yu, the son of Shen Wankai. Whoever saves me will be rewarded handsomely." It would have been better if Zhao Yuzhen hadn't read it. As soon as he saw it, he sneered and thought to himself, "If you are the son of Shen Wankai, then I am the son of the Jade Emperor. Are you kidding me? How could Shen Wankai's son end up like this?" Without saying a word, Zhao Yuzhen rolled the paper into a ball and threw it aside. Chapter 670. Zhao Yuzhen threw the ball of paper aside, which rolled on the ground and fell into the sewer. Shen Yu, who had been dragged away, watched helplessly as the paper he had painstakingly written at the risk of his life was thrown away by Zhao Yuzhen so casually. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he struggled fiercely and broke free from the hands of the two beggars. Then, with a wild roar, he pounced on Zhao Yuzhen like a madman. Zhao Yuzhen saw Shen Yu pouncing on him like a wild beast. His face was so horrible and ferocious that it was terrifying. He was so scared that he stood there in a daze and didn't even know how to hide. Shen Yu pounced on him and bit Zhao Yuzhen's neck. Zhao Yuzhen roared. In his anger and pain, a force surged out of his body and pushed Shen Yu away. He saw that Shen Yu's mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't tell whether it was Shen Yu's or his own. In anger, he touched his neck with his hand and suddenly took a deep breath. He said angrily, "F***ck, how dare you bite me? Don't run. Hey, you." Before Zhao Yuzhen could finish his words, he saw the two beggars rush to Shen Yu like a gust of wind. One hugged his legs, and the other hugged his body. They held him skillfully, turned around, and ran away. Obviously, they had done this kind of thing many times. Zhao Yuzhen was shocked and angry. He covered the burning wound on his neck with his hand and roared, "Hey, don't run. You want to run away after biting me?" But the two beggars ran very fast. After a few turns in the crowd, they disappeared, leaving only Zhao Yuzhen stamping his feet and cursing. By the time the security guards and patrolmen of the station came over slowly, the two beggars had already disappeared. Zhao Yuzhen roared angrily, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest them." "What are you doing?" "Call the police and arrest them. Can't you see that I've been bitten like this?" But the patrolman tried to persuade him, "Oh, these beggar gang members are running around everywhere. Where can you catch them? Just admit your bad luck." Zhao Yuzhen was furious and shouted, "Bullsh**t. Your director is my best friend. Do you want to quit your job by saying that?" The patrolman's face stiffened, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "Then, come back with us now and make a statement. Only after we have filed a case can we proceed with the arrest." Zhao Yuzhen said angrily, "Bullsh**t. How long can we wait? He has already gone to Mars." He was about to continue cursing when he saw a pointy-faced beauty panting and running towards him. It was his mistress. The pointy-faced beauty ran up to him and looked at the blood on Zhao Yuzhen's neck in horror. She asked in surprise, "Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Yuzhen had no place to vent his anger, and he was used to hitting women. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped her. The pointy-faced beauty dodged subconsciously, and Zhao Yuzhen was furious. He raised his hand and was about to hit her again. "How dare you dodge? F***ck. Who told you to hide?" The patrolman next to him couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, "Hey, don't hit her." Zhao Yuzhen glared at him rudely and said, "I just hit her. What do you want? Ask her, when did I hit her? The pointy-faced beauty trembled slightly, but she smiled obsequiously and said to the patrolman, no, he didn't hit me. It's okay. Zhao Yuzhen glared at the patrolman and said, did you hear that? I hit my own woman. It's none of your business. If you have the ability, go and catch those people who committed the crime just now. Why are you so rude to me? The patrolman snorted angrily, turned around and left. He waved to the security guards and other auxiliary policemen next to him and said, let's go. Don't look at her. There's no need to talk to such people. The group of people turned around and left. As they walked, they sneered disdainfully and said, you are so beautiful, but you have to be the mistress of a rich man. You deserve to be beaten. Hearing this, the pointy-faced beauty's eyes flashed with shame and resentment, but this emotion only lasted for a moment. Soon, she smiled again and carefully served Zhao Yuzhen to his car. After getting in the car, the pointy-faced beauty sat in the driver's seat and tentatively said to Zhao Yuzhen, Mr. Zhao, where are we going? Zhao Yuzhen was furious. He slapped her again and said, nonsense, of course we're going to the hospital. Are you blind? This time, the pointy-faced beauty didn't dare to dodge again. Her face was burning with the slap, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. But she didn't dare to speak. She quietly wiped away her tears and drove the car to the hospital. Along the way, Zhao Yuzhen pressed the wound on his neck. He shouted in pain, kept cursing the pointy-faced beauty, and kept urging her to drive faster. The pointy-faced beauty smiled and asked carefully, Mr. Zhao, who did this to you? If you catch him, you can't let him go. Zhao Yuzhen snorted angrily and cursed, damn it, you're just a damn beggar. How dare you say you're... Before he could finish his words, the expression on Shen Yu's face when he had rushed at him flashed across his mind. Zhao Yuzhen was stunned, and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself, why did this beggar say that he was Shen Wancai's son instead of anyone else? Why was he so angry and crazy after I threw him the note? Could it be? Zhao Yogan's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened wide. He was shocked and said, no way, how could Shen Wancai's son end up like this? This is impossible, isn't it? But the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. He took out his mobile phone and made a phone call, but he couldn't call Shen Wancai directly, so he took a detour and called Shen Yu's former secretary. But after calling, the secretary stammered and said that Shen Yu had already traveled abroad and it would be a long time before he came back. Zhao Yuzhen was stunned. After hanging up the phone, he made a few more calls in a row, but he couldn't find Shen Yu. When he asked, the other parties said that they couldn't find Shen Yu's whereabouts. Zhao Yuzhen put down his mobile phone with a thoughtful look on his face, but he couldn't help getting excited in his heart. If this is true, then Shen Wancai will owe me a big favor if I help Mr. Shen find his son. With his support in the future, I don't have to be afraid of Li Jiandong, that little bastard. The more Zhao Yuzhen thought about it, the more excited he became. He slapped his thigh and said loudly to the pointy-faced beauty, hurry up, drive to the Shen family. The pointy-faced beauty was stunned. Mr. Zhao? Go to the Shen family? Which Shen family? Zhao Yuzhen shouted angrily, nonsense, which Shen family is there in Tiannan City? Of course it's the Shen family. The pointy-faced beauty asked in confusion, but Mr. Zhao, the wound on your neck. Zhao Yuzhen slapped her again and roared, F***ck, just do what I say. Why are you still asking? Hurry up. He slapped the pointy-faced beauty in the face. The pointy-faced beauty subconsciously shrank her neck and tilted her hand. Immediately, the car rushed into the crosswalk and hit a telephone pole with a bang. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Zhao Yuzhen didn't wear a seatbelt, so his head hit the glass hard. His neck was already bleeding from the bite. With such a hit, the blood vessels in his neck suddenly burst, and a lot of blood flowed out. He passed out. The pointy-faced beauty was wearing a seatbelt, so she was fine. However, she was so scared by the scene in front of her that her mind went blank. She knew that Zhao Yuzhen would beat her if he was not careful. Now that she had caused such a big trouble, wouldn't Zhao Yuzhen kill her? The pointy-faced beauty tried to feel Zhao Yogan's breath, but found that he was not breathing at all. This scared her out of her wits. In a panic, she immediately drove away crazily. At this time, she didn't dare to go to the Shen family, nor did she dare to go to the hospital. She drove back to the golden house that Zhao Yuzhen had prepared for her. When she returned to her residence, she parked the car in the garage. She made a phone call while crying. After a while, a round-faced beauty came to her house. It was a sister who had served Zhao Yuzhen with her in the past. She was also his mistress. As soon as the pointy-faced beauty saw her sister, she immediately hugged her and burst into tears. The round-faced beauty quickly comforted her in a low voice. After asking her what had happened, she thought for a while with a frightened look. Then, she gritted her teeth and whispered a few words in the pointy-faced beauty's ear. The pointy-faced beauty was so scared that her face turned pale. "It's illegal." The round-faced beauty gritted her teeth and said, "No one will find out in a few days. When we sell all the bastards' things, we will run away. They won't be able to find us." The pointy-faced beauty looked at Zhao Yuzhen in panic. But what if he can still be saved? The round-faced beauty gritted her teeth and said, "Haven't you been beaten by him enough? Do you still want to live like this?" The pointy-faced beauty remembered that Zhao Yuzhen had beaten her regardless of the occasion and time. She suddenly became angry and dared to do so. With a ferocious look on her face, she nodded to her sister. After they made up their minds, they stayed up late at night, trembling with fear. Then they drove Zhao Yuzhen out of the city and to a remote riverside. They put Zhao Yuzhen in a sack, stuffed a few big and heavy stones into the sack, and tied the sack tightly with a strong rope. The two men laboriously carried the sack to the riverside and threw it hard. With a splash, Zhao Yuzhen, who was in the sack, suddenly woke up as if he knew that he was going to die. He struggled and screamed crazily. But it was too late. As soon as he struggled, his body slowly sank into the water. With his life and Shen Yu's secret, he disappeared from this world forever. The pointy-faced beauty and the round-faced beauty didn't expect that Zhao Yuzhen was still alive. They were scared out of their wits and quickly drove away from the scene. They didn't know how big of a disaster they had caused by sinking their corpses into the sea this time. Just as Zhao Yuzhen was half drowned by his little sweetheart and died with a grievance, an unexpected guest suddenly came to Li Yundong's hotel room. Chapter 671. After saying goodbye to Zhang Zhishuan, Li Yundong returned to the hotel where he was staying. He hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door of his room early and began to meditate in his room. Soon. But when he opened his eyes, he suddenly found a rather thin figure standing in his room. This person was wearing a white gown and a small black hat. It was Zhang Zhishuan. Li Yundong was shocked. He quickly got up and bowed. "Jinren Zhang, may I ask why you are visiting me so late at night?" Zhang Zhishuan waved his hand with a smile and said, "Jinren Li, you don't have to be so polite. Sit down and talk." Li Yundong laughed and politely pointed to a chair in the room. "Jinren Zhang, please sit down." After Zhang Zhishuan sat down, he took out 8 thread-bound books that were as thick as his pinky finger from his sleeve like a magic trick. He held the 8 books in both hands and said, "Jinren Li, I came here late tonight for nothing else but to exchange pointers with you." Li Yundong was stunned. He took the 8 books and glanced at them. He saw a few big white words written on them, Vajra longevity skill. Li Yundong asked curiously, "Jinren Zhang, this is?" Zhang Zhishuan laughed and said, "These are some of my experiences in the past 80 years of cultivation. Please give me more advice, Jinren Li." Li Yundong was surprised and confused. He thought to himself, this Jinren Zhang Zhishuan is really strange. Who would come to someone else's room in the middle of the night to offer a book? Moreover, why did he give it to me instead of others? This should be his 80 years of hard work, right? Why did he give it to a stranger for no reason? Zhang Jishuan seemed to have guessed what Li Yundong was thinking. He laughed and said, "Zhenrenli, you don't have to worry. Listen to me. If you understand, you will know why I came to visit you so abruptly." Li Yundong calmed down and said, "Please enlighten me, Zhenren Zhang." Zhang Jishuan waved his hand and said, "I don't dare to enlighten you. Zhenrenli, I was born in 1912. At that time, the revolution of 1911 ended and the Republic of China was established. After that, I experienced the National Protection War, the Law Protection War, the Warlord War, the Kuomintang War, the Anti-Japanese War, and the Liberation War. Until today, it can be said that I have spent half my life in the flames of war. Do you know what I felt the most during the war?" Li Yundong looked at the old Taoist elder in front of him with some respect. He shook his head and said, "I don't know." Zhang Jishuan sighed and said, "In this era of war, my biggest feeling is that human life is really worthless. At that time, the whole world seemed to have gone crazy. Everyone was killing each other. No one believed in Tao, and no one cultivated. All the cultivation sects fell into a terrible disaster. In this calamity, countless cultivation manuals were either lost or burned. The essence of our Taoism has almost been lost. How regrettable. But when the war finally ended, do you know what I lamented the most?" Li Yunyang thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Are you lamenting that although the war is over, the Hua cultivation world has been completely destroyed? No one knows Taoism and no one cultivates Taoism?" Zhang Jishuan opened his mouth wide and looked at Li Yundong as if he had met a bosom friend. He slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "That's right. I told you that my eyes couldn't have been wrong about Zhenrenli, but my 2 disciples didn't believe me." Li Yundong laughed and said, "Zhenren Zhang, you flatter me. I'm just a junior in the cultivation world." Zhang Jishuan smiled and continued, "From the early 1950s to the end of the 1980s, I had been cultivating in seclusion and didn't care about the affairs of the world. But later, the country reformed and opened up, and gradually let go of the control of the cultivation world. I saw that the cultivation world had declined to the extreme, and all kinds of cultivation methods were mixed up, and it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false. Therefore, I came out of seclusion and taught everyone my lifelong experience, the 8-part Vajra skill and the longevity skill. So, Zhenrenli, don't think that what you have in your hand is a secret. In fact, this is a Taoist classic that anyone can buy and learn. It's not a great thing, ah." Li Yundong naturally didn't believe what Zhang Jishuan had said. This was just something that could be bought everywhere. Zhang Jishuan was laughing at himself. What kind of decline does the cultivation world have to be for such a Taoist master to say such a thing? Li Yundong said with awe, "Zhenren Zhang, to tell you the truth, I used to have similar thoughts as you, but today I know that I'm not alone." Zhang Jishuan laughed and said, "I might as well tell you the truth. Originally, I just saw that you were able to cultivate the immortal Jinshin at such a young age, and your character is quite good. You also have a sense of propriety. I think that in time, you will definitely be another great master in our cultivation world. But I also saw that you were surrounded by powerful and beautiful monsters. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to control yourself and make a mistake. At that time, it would not only be your loss, but also the loss of our Taoist cultivation world. That's why I came here so abruptly in the middle of the night. Please don't blame me, Zhenrenli." Li Yundong said with a serious face, "Zhenren Zhang, I'm flattered. Please rest assured that I will definitely help you pass on your cultivation methods and lifelong experience in the future." Zhang Jishuan nodded with appreciation. He stroked his white beard and said, "Since I left the mountain in 1993, I have accepted many disciples regardless of race, religion, faith, gender, and even nationality. But there are only 2 who can really inherit my mantle. These 2 guys have spent countless elixirs of mine, and they have endured countless days and nights of my body expansion before they barely reached the Jinshin phase. However, compared with other cultivators, they have cultivated early, so it's inevitable that they will be arrogant. If you meet them in the future, please take care of them. Li Yundong said with a smile, don't mention it. We should take care of each other and help each other. Zhang Jishuan pointed at Li Yundong and said with a smile, young man, you are too steady. You speak like an old man, which doesn't sound like what people of your age should say at all. Forget it, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back first. Jinrenli, take care. Li Yundong thought of himself before cultivating and how domineering he had been when he had just started cultivating. He immediately smiled with emotion and said, Jinren Zhang, I won't see you off. Zhang Jishuan was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly turned back and looked at Li Yundong with a strange expression. He said, Jinrenli, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. Li Yundong asked curiously, what is it? Zhang Jishuan said seriously, Jinrenli, don't you know that the female companion beside you is an extremely terrible monster? Li Yundong's heart suddenly trembled and he thought to himself, this Jinren Zhang is really powerful. Could it be that he found the mystical silver fox? No, it should be said that he found Chao Kefi's abnormality. I didn't see any clues. How did he see it? Zhang Jishuan seemed to know what Li Yundong was thinking. He smiled slightly and said, Jinrenli, don't be surprised. I've learned physiognomy before and opened the third eye. I can tell good from evil at a glance, let alone a monster with such a strong demonic appearance. Only then did Li Yundong understand. He said, Jinren Zhang, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Zhang Jishuan didn't want to talk too much at first, but he really appreciated Li Yundong very much. He was afraid that the young man would regret it in the future if he took a wrong step, so he couldn't help but say something. At this time, seeing that Li Yundong had understood, he naturally knew the truth that there was no need to beat the drum. After nodding, he said with a smile, Jinrenli, take care of yourself. I'll go first. After that, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Li Yundong pondered and thought, it seems that the soul of the mystical silver fox has invaded Chao Kefi's body, but why hasn't her soul awakened? Hasn't her consciousness awakened? It seems that Chao Kefi is still dominating her body. What's more, why hasn't she shown any demon chi yet? It's really strange. Li Yundong thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. He couldn't be stupid enough to rush over and ask Chao Kefi himself, so he stopped thinking about it. He opened the Vajra longevity skill and began to read it. It was amazing. Li Yundong suddenly found that the Vajra longevity skill was a treasure for ordinary people to keep in good health and prolong their lives. For a great cultivator like him, it was also a secret skill that would benefit a lot from it. Li Yundong read very fast and had a photographic memory. When dawn broke, he had already finished reading the outer 8 parts of the Vajra cultivation skill and the last volume of the inner 8 parts of the longevity skill. After reading it, he covered the book and thought deeply, as if he had understood something. In his opinion, the Vajra longevity technique could be said to be a secret and outstanding technique of his country's Taoism. The 8 parts of the Vajra technique were yang, hardness, exterior, manifestation, separation, fire, qian, body, hotian, and foundation. The longevity technique was yin, softness, interior, concealment, ridge, water, kun, spirit, xiantian, and superior. If one practiced the Vajra longevity skill at the same time, it would be a combination of the inside and the outside, the combination of hardness and softness, the combination of qian and kun, the combination of the innate qi and the acquired qi of the 5 grains and water in the internal organs. If one practiced it for a long time, one could reach the realm of oneness of heaven and man and void in action. Li Yundong was also a great master who had read all the Taoist classics. Naturally, he was a person who knew what was good and what was bad. Especially some places that ordinary people seemed to pass by, he chewed them over and over again, stopped to think deeply, and understood something. In particular, Li Yundong had now officially entered the realm of oneness of heaven and man. He had reached the realm of the immortal golden body and was advancing towards the realm of the immortal golden body. And now he was a little sleepy. How could he reach the realm of the immortal golden body? But as soon as he was sleepy, someone immediately sent him a pillow. This was really a pie falling from the sky, a good thing that he didn't even dare to think about. The Vidra longevity skill that Li Yundong had read before had mentioned that the realm of the immortal golden body corresponded to oneness of heaven and man, and the realm of the immortal golden body corresponded to void in action. In Li Yundong's opinion, what was void in action? It meant that the spirit and body of a cultivator had reached a high degree of unity, and the perfect coordination between the small universe of the human body and the big universe of heaven and earth had been realized. The heaven and earth were the human body, and the human body was the heaven and earth. At this time, the spiritual energy of a cultivator had reached an incredible level. Not only could their minds and divine senses begin to challenge the power of heaven, but they could even travel in the universe. In the process of traveling in the universe and searching for the true self, the state that the cultivator's body felt was void in action. The more Li Yundong thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to sit down cross-legged and cultivate immediately to experience the realm of void in action. But he knew that he couldn't meditate at this time, because this kind of void in action meditation could not predict when he would wake up. If there was no protector by his side, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Yundong thought for a moment, then immediately took out his mobile phone and called Zhou Qin. After briefly explaining his situation, he put down his mobile phone and waited patiently for Zhou Qin's arrival. About an hour later, there was a knock on the door of Li Yundong's room. Li Yundong didn't even raise his head. While looking through the Vidra longevity skill, he said, "Come in, the door is open." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and a delicate body rushed into his arms with a burst of fragrance. A familiar and sweet voice rang in Li Yundong's ear. "Yundong, I missed you so much." Li Yundong was stunned. He took a closer look and saw that the person in his arms was none other than the little girl. He asked in surprise and joy, "Why are you here?" Su Chan raised her head with a smile and pointed behind her. "Sister Zi Yuan is here, too." Li Yundong looked over and saw Zi Yuan's ethereal figure standing at the door with a smile on her face. Zhou Qin was standing next to her, slender and elegant. Li Yundong immediately laughed. "Why are you all here?" Insomnia. I woke up at 4 o'clock. I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, so I had to get up and write. I had a headache, so I went back to sleep. Chapter 672. Su Chan held Li Yundong's arm intimately and said with a smile, "What, you don't want to see me?" Li Yundong pinched the tip of the girl's nose with a smile and said, "Don't you need to protect Shen Wankai? If all three of you come over, won't there be no one there?" Su Chan's big black eyes rolled. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer her master's words, so she turned to look at Zhou Qin and Zi Yuan for help. Soon, Li Yundong also followed her gaze and saw that Zhou Qin and Zi Yuan were looking at each other. They seemed to want to say something but stopped on second thought, as if they had something to say. Li Yundong smiled and said, "What are you standing at the door for? Come in. If someone sees you, they will think that I'm looking for a miss in the middle of the night." Zi Yuan and Zhou Qin had been worried about Xin Yu and didn't know how to tell Li Yundong about it. They were a little nervous and worried, but at this time, Li Yundong's joke immediately drove away the worries in their hearts. Zi Yuan glared at Li Yundong angrily and said in a low voice, "What miss? Do we look like a miss?" Zhou Qin chuckled and said, "If we were a miss, how much should we charge you for coming in?" Li Yundong hadn't expected that the two of them would actually play along with his joke. He laughed and waved his hand, saying, "There are peerless beauties who live in seclusion in an empty valley. One smile can topple a city, and 2 smiles can topple a country. I can't afford to pay for you 2 fairies in the world." Zi Yuan smiled and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If Du Fu, the sage of poetry, knew that you had changed his poems like this, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. Su Chan pulled Li Yundong's arm and joined in the fun with a smile. She tapped her nose and whispered in his ear, "Hey, master, I won't take your money." Li Yundong looked at Su Chan in surprise. "Did I say I would give you money? You really think too highly of yourself." Su Chan's face suddenly became long and she looked resentful. "You're so annoying. Am I worthless?" Li Yundong said seriously with a straight face, "Of course, my girl is worthless. She's a priceless treasure." At first, Su Chan pouted, but when she heard the last sentence, she suddenly smiled and giggled. Zhou Qin and Zi Yuan saw the couple flirting as if there was no one else around. They looked at each other and couldn't help thinking, if Xinyu succeeds, what will happen to Li Yundong? Such a consequence made the two of them shudder at the thought of it. For a moment, they didn't know how to talk to Li Yundong. After a while, Zi Yuan whispered to Li Yundong, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Chen Wankai." Li Yunyang patted the little girl's head and motioned for her to sit aside. He sat up himself and said to Zi Yuan, "Of course I know. I can rest assured when you do things. You won't do things that make me worry like Choner." "I'll be there soon, you're so annoying," Su Chan said angrily. "I know what I'm doing now, and I'm trying very hard not to cause trouble for you." Li Yundong laughed and said, "Yes, thanks to you, I'm still alive and well. I really should thank you properly. Immortal Su Chan." Su Chan shouted and pounced on Li Yundong, pinching and biting him. She said angrily, "I'm so angry. You don't even have a good word to say when you see me. You despise me, don't you?" Li Yundong and the little girl laughed for a while. Zhou Qin and Zi Yuan felt even more afraid and guilty when they saw that the two of them were glued to each other. Zhou Qin coughed dryly and said, "Master, in fact, we came together this time because there are a few things we want to tell you." Li Yundong smiled and said, "Of course I know. Something must have happened. That's why the three of you came together." Zhou Qin's expression was a little unnatural, and her usual sharp tongue had long disappeared. She hesitated and told him what had happened in Xinjiasheng, then said in a low voice, "Master, it's my fault. If I had been vigilant enough, Su Chan wouldn't have been in such danger. At first, Li Yundong listened to Zhou Qin with a smile, but slowly, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold face and cold eyes. Unlike what Zhou Qin and Zi Yuan had imagined, Li Yundong did not fly into a rage like an angry beast. Instead, he chose to remain silent. At this time, the youngest great cultivator in the cultivation world already had his own majesty and bearing. When he was not smiling, just sitting there, his broad shoulders and strong back were like towering mountains. The pressure was amazing, and his momentum was so strong that it was suffocating. Others did not dare to take a breath at all. It could be said that Zhou Qin and Zi Yuan had watched Li Yundong grow from a domineering and cheerful little boy to what he was today. Little by little, he had evolved into the Li Yundong that he was today. However, the longer they got along with him, the more they respected him. This kind of respect came from Li Yundong's brave and diligent cultivation, as well as his open and honest character and temperament. They didn't know when it had started, but in their hearts, Li Yundong was no longer a young and inexperienced little boy, but a great man who could carry the sky on his shoulders. Zhou Qin, who was not afraid of anything, looked at Li Yundong timidly. The abnormal behavior of the man she deeply loved in front of her made her a little nervous. She tentatively wanted to say something, but soon Li Yundong raised his hand and stopped her. He said in a deep voice, "Where is Xinyu? Where is he?" As soon as Li Yunyang spoke, both Zi Yuan and Zhou Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Zi Yuan took over the conversation and said, "Zhou Qin also went to look for Xinyu's whereabouts before, but he suddenly disappeared." Zhou Qin tracked him to the place where the blood disappeared and then disappeared. Li Yundong's face became even more gloomy. He said coldly, Zhou Qin. I don't care what method you use, find him. Zhou Qin nodded hard, gritted her teeth, and said, don't worry, I also want to kill this scumbag with my own hands. But soon, she had an idea and said tentatively, Master, do you think it's possible that someone from the Shen family secretly took Shen Yu away? Was it just a ruse before? Zi Yuan was shocked and immediately glanced at Zhou Qin calmly, but Zhou Qin didn't seem to notice it at all. She was still staring at Li Yundong. Zi Yuan knew that Zhou Qin could be said to be a person who didn't distinguish between good and evil. Her only valued judgment was that she would believe whatever Li Yundong said. Whatever Li Yundong said, even if there was a volcanic cliff in front of her, she would still jump. Zhou Qin's words were equivalent to testing Li Yundong's mind. If Li Yundong had the intention of taking revenge on the Shen family, she would turn around and do it. Zi Yuan saw Li Yundong glancing at Zhou Qin with a gloomy gaze. His expressionless face made her heart tremble. Zi Yuan quickly tried to persuade him in a low voice, Li Yundong, I know you are very angry, but you have to calm down. Don't hate the house and its crow. This matter is only Shen Yu's fault. Don't implicate Shen Wankai. After a moment of silence, Li Yundong said slowly, Zi Yuan, don't worry. I'm not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. To be fair, Shen Wankai has handled this matter very fairly, and I can't pick on him. But the reason why I insist that Zhou Qin finds Shen Yu is not for anything else, but that I have to let the world know that if someone wants to hurt the people around me, I have to make them pay the price with my own hands. If others insult me, bully me, curse me, or hate me, I will just treat it as a fleeting cloud and wave my hand. As he said this, Li Yundong's eyes narrowed and he said with a murderous look, but if someone dares to touch a hair on the people around me, I will definitely kill them. Otherwise, if this kind of thing happens once, there will be a second time, and then there will be a third time. In the future, if these things happen to you, what do you want me to do? Zhou Qin's expression changed when she heard this, and her heart couldn't help pounding. She thought, the people around me that Master mentioned, are they also including me? Zi Yuan's heart also skipped a beat, but she quickly covered up her momentary loss of composure by touching her ear. After calming down, she smiled slightly and said, as the saying goes, Bodhisattva's heart can be shown with thunderous means. What you said is also very reasonable. However, I don't know where Shen Yu is now. Where should we start to find him? I believe that Shen Wankai will not be stupid enough to protect his son. Li Yundong said in a deep voice, Shen Wankai is a decisive and ambitious person. This kind of person. If we can't make friends with him, we must make sure that we can't become enemies. If we become enemies, we must make sure that we destroy this kind of enemy as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Zhou Qin said softly, Master, I think you can really consider taking Shen Wankai for your own use. No matter how you look at it, if he is on our side, he will be a great help to us. Li Yundong didn't comment. After he was silent for a while, Su Chan, who had been silent all this time, carefully pulled on Li Yundong's sleeve. She leaned over and whispered in Li Yundong's ear, Master, don't be angry. I'm fine, aren't I? I'll be careful in the future. I won't eat anything that's not cooked for me. In this way, nothing will happen. Okay? Li Yundong's gloomy face finally broke into a smile. Hey, are you hinting that I should cook for you for the rest of my life? Su Chan smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into a line. Okay, I like the food cooked by Yundong the most. Li Yundong couldn't help laughing. He pinched the flesh on the girl's cheek and said, You, when can you make me less worried? Su Chan held Li Yundong's arm tightly. She rested her chin on Li Yundong's shoulder and whispered, I know. I will be very careful in the future. I don't want to see you angry either. You were so scary just now. I was so scared that I didn't dare to breathe. Li Yundong tilted his head and looked at her. He said with a smile, Are you afraid to see me angry? Do you dislike me? Su Chan giggled and held Li Yundong's arm tighter and tighter. No, although I was a little scared of you just now, I'm very happy to see you so worried about me. No matter what you become, I won't dislike you. Li Yundong's heart was filled with warmth. He looked at Su Chan and smiled gently. Yes, no matter what you become, I will never turn my back on you. This is what we agreed on. The two of them were intimate for a while, as if there was no one else around. Li Yundong heard Zhou Qin cough next to him. Only then did he remember that there were two spectators next to him. He turned around and smiled apologetically, saying, I'm sorry to have made you watch a joke again. By the way, Ziyuan, you came at the right time. Come and have a look at this. As he said this, Li Yundong pushed the Vidra longevity skill he had read to Ziyuan. When Ziyuan had seen Li Yundong and Su Chan being intimate before, her heart had been sour and strange. An indescribable strange feeling lingered in her heart, making her feel very uncomfortable. At this time, when she heard Li Yundong's words, she immediately stepped forward and diverted her attention. Ziyuan only took a glance and suddenly widened her eyes. Is this Master Zhang Jishuan's Vidra longevity skill? Li Yundong laughed. I knew you knew who Zhang Jishuan was. You really know all the sects in the cultivation world like the back of your hand. Ziyuan looked at Li Yundong in surprise. You don't know Master Zhang Jishuan? Li Yundong laughed dryly. You know. I've only been cultivating for half a year. How could I know so many cultivators? If I hadn't met him yesterday, I wouldn't have known that there was such a person in this world. Ziyuan shook her head in disbelief. Master Zhang Jishuan is one of the few old elders in the cultivation world of our Hua Taoist family. He is also a great cultivator recognized by the state. He used to be the people's representative of Baoji County in Shaanxi Province, the president of the National Taoist Association, the president of the Five Thunder Mountain Taoist Association in Hunan Province, and the executive director of the National Taoist Association. Zhou Qin was born in the officialdom, so she was particularly sensitive to these things. She widened her eyes and said, this person has a great background. Ziyuan said with a serious face, not only does he have a strong background, but after he settled in Dingan County, Hainan, he promoted his Vidra longevity kung fu in the county, which set off a national health craze. Moreover, Dingan County has been influenced by Zhang Jishuan for decades. The rate of centenarians in the county is far higher than the national average, and it is 22 times higher than the data standard of the United Nations for longevity. Su Chan exclaimed, wow, that's amazing. How come I've never heard of such a great cultivator before? Li Yundong sighed and shook his head. Because he doesn't pursue fame and fortune at all, so he's not famous. Zhenren Zhang has blessed the world and doesn't cherish his treasures because of the sect's opinion. I'm not as good as him. Ziyuan looked at Li Yundong strangely. Why did Master Zhang Jishuan pass on his Vidra longevity skill to you? Although Master Zhang Jishuan has never cherished his treasures, and the Vidra longevity skill has been passed on to many disciples, this is the first time I've heard of him giving a book version of the Vidra longevity skill to others. You should know that this is a top cultivation method that can only be passed on to outsiders. When Li Yundong heard this, his respect for Master Zhang Jishuan increased by another level. He told them about his encounter with Zhang Jishuan with emotion, and then said, the reason why I called you here is that I was afraid that something would happen to me when I was wandering in the sky. At that time, no one would protect Chao Kefi, and no one would protect me. That's why I asked you to come. Since you're here now, you might as well leave one of you to guard me. I've long wanted to try this realm of wandering in the sky and doing nothing in the void. For a cultivator, getting a precious cultivation method was no different from getting a drug addict. Ziyuan, Su Chan, and Zhou Qin naturally understood Li Yundong's current itch. Ziyuan smiled and said, it's okay. We're here. You can rest assured and meditate. Leave it to us. Li Yundong chuckled and said, well, since you're all here, what else do I have to worry about? As he spoke, Li Yundong turned his head and nodded to Zhou Qin. Then, he smiled at Su Chan and sat down cross-legged on the spot. Soon, he entered an extremely deep meditation. However, not long after Li Yundong entered meditation, Su Chan suddenly let out a cry and exclaimed in a low voice, "Oh, what if Yundong's mind is wandering and he forgets to come back?" Zi Yuan chuckled and said, "No, although it's dangerous for the primordial spirit to travel, with Li Yundong's willpower and strength, he will definitely be able to avoid danger. It's just a matter of time before he wakes up." Su Chan looked at her eagerly and said, "Yes, but what if, when the ceremony of your Linggong sect begins in 10 days, Yundong still hasn't woken up? What should we do? What if Yundong hadn't woken up by the time the Japanese came over? What if the mystical silver fox really appears at that time and Yundong still hasn't woken up?" Su Chan asked 3 questions in a row, which immediately made Zi Yuan and Zhou Qin, 2 women who were usually calm and had a lot of ideas, dumbfounded. The 3 of them looked at each other and thought in unison, "Yes, what should we do if all of this comes together?" Chapter 673. Su Chan's words made Zi Yuan and Zhou Qin speechless. When they came to their senses, they smiled bitterly together. Zi Yuan sighed softly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. When my master used to be in meditation, sometimes he would wake up in a day or 2, and sometimes he wouldn't wake up for a month or 2. He didn't eat or drink at all, as if he was in hibernation." Zhou Qin asked in confusion, "Can't you wake him up? Just like the last time my master was lost in the spirit space, you went into the spirit space and brought him out?" Zi Yuan shook her head and said, "No, the spirit space is different from the spirit space. No matter how big the spirit space is, there is still a limit. The 3,000 small worlds in the burning thumb pot can be found one by one, but it will take a lot of time. However, the spirit space is equivalent to placing a person's yang spirit energy in the vast universe. At this time, a person is inconceivably small, and the universe is vast and boundless. Not only is it easy for cultivators to get lost, even if I want to find Li Yundong's yang spirit, I can't start, because I don't know which corner of the universe his yang spirit will fly to." Zhou Qin couldn't help but be shocked. "Then if we forcibly wake him up, it's useless?" Zi Yuan sighed and said, "If we forcibly wake him up, it's very likely that he will be possessed by the devil. In the past, when my master was in a trance state, it was martial uncle Yen Fong who stood guard by his side. Sometimes it was only a day or 2, but sometimes it was as long as a month or 2, and Shirbui Yen Fong had to guard him for a month or 2. As she spoke, Zi Yuan said to Zhou Qin, "By the way, you should have heard of a poem. It's called, 'Under the Pine Tree, I Asked the Boy,' saying that master had gone to pick herbs, only in this mountain, deep in the clouds." Zhou Qin laughed and said, "Of course I know this poem, but Zi Yuan, you." Zhou Qin was also a very smart person. She quickly came to a realization and said, "You mean master is now in this kind of situation of only in this mountain, deep in the clouds?" Zi Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, Li Yundong has now reached the level of the Jinshan phase. His small universe and the universe of heaven and earth have begun to slowly understand each other and integrate with each other. This process is the process of picking herbs. We all know that he now exists in this universe, but we don't know where he is. Therefore, this poem is actually a kind of cultivation poem that hints at the realm of cultivation." Zhou Qin sighed with emotion and said, "No wonder Taoism has declined so much. When I read the Taoist classics before, my biggest feeling was that all kinds of Taoist cultivation classics were really mysterious and illusory. The worst thing was that the great cultivators in the past liked to use all kinds of metaphors to describe their cultivation methods. As a result, if future people followed the ancient books to cultivate according to the pictures, it was easy for them to go astray because of misunderstanding and become possessed by the devil. Unless there was a famous teacher to guide them, they might not be able to find the great way and cultivate the real method in their lifetime. Alas, I didn't expect this well-known poem to be a poem about cultivation." Zi Yuan chuckled. Jia Dao used to be a monk, so he can be considered half a cultivator. As for when Li Yundong will wake up from his meditation this time, it will depend on his luck. Now that the situation is so urgent, I think he also can't wait to improve his cultivation method, so he chose to meditate at this time. Zhou Qin asked, what if the Linggong sect holds a succession ceremony at this time? There was a flash of sadness in Zi Yuan's eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, the sect leader is just an illusory cloud. It doesn't matter if you miss it. Su Chan, who had been listening to their discussion about cultivation, suddenly said, Sister Zi Yuan, Sister Zhou Qin, why don't I take care of Yundong, and you two go take care of President Chao? Zhou Qin immediately shook her head and said, Su Chan, I'll take care of Master. You and Zi Yuan will take care of President Chao. However, Zi Yuan clapped the Vidra longevity skill in her hands and said, with such a precious treasure in front of us, don't you want to learn and practice it? Su Chan blinked and said, wasn't this passed on to Yundong by Master Zhang Jishuan? Can we practice it? Zi Yuan smiled and said, since Master Zhang Jishuan passed the classics to Li Yundong in written form, it means that he is not afraid of the Vidra longevity skill being spread out. On the contrary, I think Master Zhang Jishuan also wants to spread this set of cultivation methods to the world. We mustn't let him down. He doesn't just give a set of ancient books to everyone he meets. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by all the time. Zhou Qin took the Vidra longevity skill from Zi Yuan. At first, she looked through it casually, but the more she looked at it, the more excited she became. After reading for a while, she suddenly closed the book, gritted her teeth, and said, no, I can't read it anymore. If I read it again, I also want to meditate. Zi Yuan chuckled and said, how about this? One of us will take turns staying here to practice cultivation methods while guarding Li Yundong. The other two will be responsible for taking care of Chao Kefi. What do you think? Su Chan clapped her hands and laughed. Good, that's a good idea. I'll take care of her for the first day. Just as Zi Yuan was about to speak, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Zhou Qin turned her head and shouted, come in, the door is not locked. After a while, the door was gently pushed open, and half of a beautiful girl's body poked through the door. She said weakly, Li Yundong, isn't he in this room? Zi Yuan took a look and saw that this girl was Lu Feier, the big star who had come with Yin Mengfan to congratulate the opening day of Desanxian. She smiled slightly and said, Li Yundong lives here. What can I do for you? Lu Feier looked at Zi Yuan with a face full of curiosity and muttered in her heart, it's really strange. I should be the one asking you this, right? Why did you suddenly come here so early in the morning? Did you spend the night here? TSK, this immortal Li is very romantic. However, she also knew that Li Yundong's relationship with them was far more distant than hers, so she smiled politely and said, our crew is already downstairs. It's about to go out. I came to ask if Li Yundong has gotten up. Didn't he say that he would go with us? Zi Yuan laughed. She turned her head and said to Su Chan, you stay here and guard Li Yundong. I'll go with Zhou Qin first. Su Chan nodded obediently and giggled. Then I'll go take a shower first. After that, she tied her head up and rushed into the bathroom excitedly. Zi Yuan and Zhou Qin looked at each other and nodded. They walked to the door, and Zhou Qin smiled politely and reservedly at Lu Feier. Miss Lu Feier, let's go. My master told me to take care of you. Lu Feier had seen that Zhao Yuzhen had been scared away by Li Yundong before. She had expected that Zhao Yuzhen would not appear in front of them again in a short period of time. Therefore, she had run up early this morning purely to find this mysterious, immortal Li out of admiration. She wanted to spend more time with him. But who would have thought that she would see 3 stunning beauties in Li Yundong's room early in the morning, and each of them was as beautiful as her own. This really made Lu Feier feel very depressed. Although Lu Feier was unhappy, she was well cultivated. She didn't show it on her face at all. She smiled politely and brightly and said, "Well, welcome to our crew." As she said this, she led the two of them downstairs. Ziyuan was relatively cold when dealing with people. When she met people from the secular world, she would not speak if she could. If it weren't for Li Yundong, she would not have set foot in the mortal world at all. Zhou Qin, on the other hand, used to be a maverick girl from a noble family. When she was enthusiastic, she was as hot as fire, and when she was indifferent, she was as cold as ice. Especially after cultivating, her temperament had become like a winter plum in the snow. At first, Lu Feier would talk to the two of them from time to time, trying to find something to talk about, but Ziyuan and Zhou Qin were very cold when they met strangers. Although the two of them smiled politely every time they spoke and answered politely, from their eyebrows and temperament, there was a kind of otherworldly aura that was superior to all living beings. Slowly, Lu Feier felt very bored as she spoke. She turned her face away in disappointment and stopped talking to Ziyuan and Zhou Qin. She thought to herself, "You're so annoying. What is immortally doing? It's so boring to face these two icy beauties." After they went down to the entrance of the hotel, Lu Feier saw Chao Kefi waiting at the door. She suddenly seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and quickly ran toward Chao Kefi, saying, "I don't know what your little enemy is doing." He found two beautiful women to be his stand-in. "Look, they are all acquaintances. You've seen them before." Chao Kefi looked over and was shocked. She quickly glared at Lu Feier and said, "What little enemy? How can you say such things? Nonsense." She hurried over to Zhou Qin and shook hands with her with a smile. "It turns out that the eldest daughter of the Zhou family has arrived. Sorry for not going out to meet you." As she said this, she nodded politely to Ziyuan and smiled. Zhou Qin smiled and shook hands with Chao Kefi, but she stared at Chao Kefi carefully for a while without saying anything. Chao Kefi touched her cheek in confusion. "Is there anything on my face?" Zhou Qin came to her senses and smiled. "It's nothing. I'm a little too happy to see you again, President Chao. However, President Chao, I haven't seen you for a while, and you've become more beautiful." Chao Kefi covered her mouth and laughed. "Really? Well, even if what you said is true, I'm really flattered to be praised by the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. Get in the car. It's about to leave." Zhou Qin smiled and let Chao Kefi and Lu Feier get in the car first. Then she turned to look at Ziyuan in confusion and said in a low voice, "Hasn't the mystical silver fox been possessed yet?" Ziyuan looked serious. Under the cover of her body, she quickly took out the glass mirror of heaven from her sleeve and touched the surface of the mirror with her hand. Then, Chao Kefi's figure quickly appeared on the surface of the mirror. Her figure was faintly floating with a few balls of light of different colors. After glancing at it, Ziyuan quickly wiped her hand again and erased the picture on the mirror. Then, she hid the glass mirror of heaven. She said in a deep voice, "As I expected, the mystical silver fox has already been possessed. Now Chao Kefi has 2 souls and 4 spirits. In the past, she only had 1 soul and 2 spirits." Zhou Qin was shocked. "Ah. How did you know? Why can't I see it? Did you see it with the glass mirror of heaven?" Ziyuan said in a low voice, "Every sect has some secrets. I heard that the secret of the Chuanjin Dragon sect is the Emperor's physiognomy. They can infer a person's fate through the skill of physiognomy. And the secret of the Zhengyi school is the qi gazing technique. Whether it's the heaven qi, earth qi, mountain qi, water qi, human qi, dragon qi, 5 elements qi, or wealth qi, the great cultivators of the Zhengyi school can see through them at a glance. That's why Master Zhang of the Zhengyi school chose Mount Longhu, the best cultivation place in the world." Zhou Qin asked curiously, "What about your Linggong sect?" Ziyuan smiled proudly and said, "Our Linggong sect is good at the secret method of sound transmission and the art of identifying souls. In fact, this is also a disguised derivation of the qi-gazing technique of the Zhengyi school, because the stronger a person's soul is, the stronger his aura will be, and the more prosperous the aura that can be reflected will be. At that time, Chao Kefi's aura was incredibly weak, so I deduced that her soul might be incomplete. Later, after secretly testing with the glass mirror of heaven, I confirmed this. Zhou Qin said, but, if the mystical silver fox has already possessed Chao Kefi, why didn't she show it at all just now? Could it be that the mystical silver fox was born to be so good at acting? It's impossible, isn't it? Everyone can't be like Yan Fang, can they? Zi Yuan shook her head and said, I don't know. Maybe, the divine sense and memory of the mystical silver fox haven't awakened yet? Zhou Qin was stunned. What will happen if it awakens? What about Chao Kefi's divine sense and memory? Or, what will happen to Chao Kefi? Zi Yuan's face darkened slightly. It's very simple. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. Once the divine sense and memory of the mystical silver fox wake up, Chao Kefi's divine sense and memory will be mercilessly erased. The mystical silver fox is definitely not a soft-hearted person. Besides, if it were you, after being sealed for more than 1,000 years, would you politely give up the body of your remnant soul when you suddenly wake up? Zhou Qin's face darkened slightly. She said with a worried look, oh no. If the mystical silver fox just wants to seize Chao Kefi's body, then we can help Chao Kefi's memory and divine sense rebuild her body. But if she wants to erase Chao Kefi's memory and divine sense, isn't that too much? If Master knew about it, he would never agree. Zi Yuan naturally knew what kind of person Li Yundong was. She looked worriedly at Chao Kefi, who was talking happily with the rest of the crew in the car, and said in a low voice, yes. If Li Yundong finds out, what will he do? In addition, I'll make a friendly advertisement and recommend a book of my friend, ttp://1, Blood Evil Heavenly Demon. 10 years to build the foundation, 100 years to refine pills, and 1,000 years to ascend. Why? Is it to break the shackles of fate, or just to live forever? Chapter 674. While Zi Yuan and Zhou Qin were worried, Wan Hongling and the little foxes were carefree at home in Tiannan City. Early in the morning, Wan Hongling got up early. She was yawning as she walked out of the room and was about to go to the bathroom when she saw several little foxes sitting in the living room. Their faces were full of interest as they watched the soap opera with relish. Wan Hongling had been with these little foxes for a long time, and she knew that they were no different from ordinary little girls. They were even more innocent and had no idea of the dangers of the world. At this time, Ao Wushuang was not there. Before leaving, Zi Yuan had specifically asked Wan Hongling to help take care of the Fox Zen school. Wan Hongling had been taken care of since she was a child, so how could she be willing to take care of others? But even so, she had no choice but to take on the responsibility, because the entire Fox Zen school was almost empty now. Although Chao Yi and Lu Yuehong were also considered seniors of the Fox Zen school, when it came to fighting, Wan Hongling, who had the immortal red silk handkerchief in her hand, had extraordinary combat power. Even if Chao Yi and Lu Yuehong joined forces, they might not necessarily be Wan Hongling's match. Wan Hongling walked to the living room and looked at the little foxes sitting on the sofa. Seeing that there were only 5 of them, she asked, where are the other 2? One of the little foxes didn't even raise her head. She pointed to the bathroom behind her and said, they're inside. Wan Hongling nodded and walked to the bathroom. Just as she was about to push the door open and go in, she heard Ling Yu's clear voice coming from inside. She said angrily, hey, stop touching. You've touched the top and the bottom, and all the hair has fallen off. Such a tender skin has been touched by you. What do you want me to do? When Wan Hongling heard this, she suddenly became alert, and her drowsiness disappeared without a trace. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and thought to herself, no way, what is Ling Yu doing in there? Could it be that as soon as Li Yundong left and Shiji left, she. Even though Wan Hongling had a fiery disposition and abhorred evil, she was still a virgin girl after all. When she thought of something shameful, she was simply unable to restrain the embarrassment, and her face blushed from the tip of her ears to the tip of her neck, causing her heart to be filled with both anger and rage. What a scandal! It was still early in the morning, and he was doing it here. Wan Hongling was furious. She pushed open the door of the bathroom and rushed in. She shouted, "Bastards, if you want to be slutty, why don't you find a place? Why are you here?" But before she could finish her words, she saw Ling Yu and a little fox standing in front of the sink. There was a pool of peaches in the sink, and the little fox was holding a tender peach in her hand. A layer of skin had been rubbed off, and the crystal-clear juice was flowing out. She tilted her head and looked at herself in shock. Ling Yu looked at Wan Hongling in confusion and asked, "Sister Hongling, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited? What are you talking about?" Wan Hongling's eyes widened. Her eyes scanned the bathroom like a radar, but she saw that the doors and windows were tightly shut. Apart from Ling Yu and the little fox, there was no one else inside. Wan Hongling's heart skipped a beat and she thought to herself, "Oh no, did I make a mistake?" Wan Hongling was extremely embarrassed. She stammered and said, "What were you talking about just now?" Ling Yu and the little fox were both shrewd and quickly reacted. They didn't reply. After they looked at each other, they began to laugh ambiguously. Their laughter was very sneaky, and it was very hateful. Wan Hongling was so angry that she glared at them. She bit the bullet and said, "I'm asking you, what were you talking about just now? What do you mean by touching the top and bottom? What do you mean by losing hair and running water? How can you say such vulgar words?" Ling Yu and the little fox couldn't help but burst into laughter. They laughed so hard that they swayed back and forth. Ling Yu picked up a peach from the sink and said with a smile, "That's right. I touched the top and bottom of this peach. If I touch it too much, won't it lose hair and run water?" After that, the two of them couldn't help but laugh again. The laughter of Ling Yu and the little fox made Wan Hongling want to find a crack in the ground and hide in it. She was so embarrassed that her face and neck turned red. She stamped her feet and rushed out. Without saying a word, she rushed into her room and burrowed into the quilt like an ostrich. She covered her burning cheeks and pounded on the bed angrily. Damn it, these two girls must have done it on purpose. They're too hateful. After a while, Wan Hongling heard another burst of laughter coming from outside the door. It was obvious that Ling Yu had told the other little foxes what had happened just now, making them laugh. Wan Hongling was so angry that tears were about to fall from her eyes. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Bastards, a bunch of bastards. Wan Hongling gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. But just as she was getting angry out of shame, she suddenly heard a shout from outside the door, "Sister Hongling." Wan Hongling was so ashamed and angry that she didn't want to answer them. She stuffed her ears with a pillow and said in a low voice, "I don't want to hear it. I can't hear it. I can't hear it." Although the little fox's kung fu was not good, they were, after all, little spirits. It didn't take long for their shouts to not weaken. Instead, they became clearer and clearer in Wan Hongling's ears. Wan Hongling was furious. She suddenly sat up from the bed and roared, "What are you shouting for? Wake up!" Wan Hongling's loud shout made the little fox's shouts disappear. After a long time, Ling Yu's voice came in from the door weakly. "Sister Hongling, someone is looking for you." Wan Hongling thought of her previous embarrassing situation and said angrily, "Who's looking for me? Who would be looking for me at this time? I won't see anyone. Get out of here." As soon as Wan Hongling's voice fell, she heard a low and angry snort. "Humph, how domineering and powerful. Sure enough, you've been with evildoers for too long. Even your temper has grown." As soon as Wan Hongling heard this voice, she immediately sat up from the bed and rushed out of the door like a gust of wind. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the little fox in the living room looking at the door as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Ling Yu also grabbed her arm and whispered, "It's someone from the genie school." Ruan Hongling's heart trembled. She took a deep breath and looked at the door, only to see Zhou Ping of the genie school standing there, holding a golden invitation in her hands and looking at her with a sneer. When Zhou Ping saw Ruan Hongling coming out, she sneered, then turned around and left. Ruan Hongling shouted, "Stop! What are you doing here?" Zhou Ping sneered and said, "Zhenren Ruan, didn't you want to drive people away just now? Although I, Zhou Ping, am not a great person, I'm not a shameless person who won't leave even if others drive me away." After that, she stepped out of the door. Ruan Hongling was shocked and uncertain, especially when she saw the golden invitation in Zhou Ping's hand and the fearless look on her face. She couldn't help but shout again, "Wait, what are you doing here? What's that in your hand?" Zhou Ping stopped, turned her head, and sneered, "Do you care? Since you care, why did you drive me away indiscriminately just now?" Ruan Hongling was unwilling to talk about what had happened before, but she was also shy and couldn't bring herself to apologize, so she stiffened her neck and said, "You can't leave. You can't leave until you've made things clear." Zhou Ping laughed and said, "What? Do you think you can make me stay?" Ruan Hongling was stunned when she heard this. Although she had the immortal cloud red caltrop handkerchief in her hand, Zhou Ping was not easy to deal with. If the two of them fought, winning or losing was a small matter, but if the two sects officially broke up or even went against each other, it would be very bad. Especially when the inauguration ceremony of the Linggong sect was imminent. If something happened at this time, it would be really giving others a handle. Ruan Hongling was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Chao Yi and Lu Yuehong had already come out when they heard the noise. The petite and beautiful Lu Yuehong glanced at Zhou Ping and said rudely, "If she's not enough, what about me?" Zhou Ping's eyes flashed with anger and she shouted, "Do you want to win by numbers?" Chao Yi snorted coldly. "Win by numbers? This is the proud kung fu of the righteous sections. Wasn't it the same when you besieged our Fox Zen school?" Zhou Ping said angrily, "This is the grievance of our genie school. It has nothing to do with the evildoers of your Fox Zen school. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly." When the little foxes of the Fox Zen school heard her call them evildoers, even a clay figurine would get angry. What's more, the two sects had already formed a lot of enmity before. The little foxes suddenly became furious and cursed, "You're the evildoer. You kill people indiscriminately. If you're not an evildoer, what are you? You're a bad person. Get out. You're not welcome here. Shiji Lingyu, you shouldn't have opened the door for such a person." However, Ruan Hongling had heard Zhou Ping's previous words. She suddenly had an idea and raised her hand, motioning for the little foxes to quiet down. She asked, "You said that this is a matter of our genie school? Are you here today? Is it because of the inauguration ceremony of the Linggong sect?" Zhou Ping sneered and said, "You're smart." Ruan Hongling's expression changed. She stretched out her hand and shouted, "Give me the golden invitation." Zhou Ping sneered. "Do you think you're invincible, Li? You want me to obediently hand it over with just a few words? Let me tell you, if you don't apologize today, don't even think about getting this golden invitation. If you have the ability, come and grab it." Ruan Hongling was so angry that her face turned pale. Ling Yu looked at Ruan Hongling apologetically and said softly, "Sister Hongling, I'm sorry. If it weren't for us." Ruan Hongling immediately interrupted her and said in a low voice, "It has nothing to do with you. The genie school has always liked to make trouble for us." Ruan Hongling took a deep breath and repeated in her heart as if she were hypnotizing herself, "A little impatience will spoil a great plan, and a little impatience will spoil a great plan." She calmed herself down, gritted her teeth, and said, "Zhenren Zhou, I'm really sorry for offending you just now. Please give me the golden invitation for the sake of us both being disciples of the genie school." When the little foxes saw Wan Hongling lowering her head and apologizing, they immediately clamored, "Don't apologize. If you don't want the golden invitation, then don't. What's the big deal?" Zhou Ping laughed and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just that without this golden invitation, you won't even be qualified to attend the ceremony of the Linggong sect. Moreover, I, Zhou Ping, traveled thousands of miles to deliver the golden invitation, but I was scolded and sent out. If this news gets out, how will all the cultivators in the world view your Linggong sect? Your Shiji Ziyuan still wants to be the next leader? Bah! Stop dreaming." Ling Yu jumped up and said angrily, "It was just a misunderstanding. Sister Hongling was just joking with us." "Who told you that? Don't think too highly of yourself." Zhou Ping was furious. "Is it your turn to speak here?" As she said this, she turned her head and glared at Wan Hongling. "Wan Hongling, are you determined to give up? Hurry up and take the golden invitation according to etiquette." Wan Hongling felt extremely wronged and angry. She forced a smile, bent down, raised her hands, and said respectfully, "Please give me the invitation." Zhou Ping snorted coldly and glanced at Wan Hongling. "That's more like it. Here, take it." After handing the golden invitation to Wan Hongling, she glanced coldly at the other people of the Fox Zen school, smiled coldly, and turned her head to leave. After she left, Wan Hongling straightened up and stared at the golden invitation in her hand. For a moment, she thought of how she and her Shiji had been living alone all these years. They had been guarding the Linggong sect, which was declining day by day, and had suffered the harassment and contempt of some people of the Zhenyi school. Especially last time, Zhang Ling and the others of the Zhenyi school had ransacked the cave of the Linggong sect in front of her, and even the souls of Yu Jiao and Zhuang Rong had been taken away. Such a great humiliation was really unforgettable. Thinking of this, for a moment, Wan Hongling felt sad. Her tears fell, splashing on the golden invitation drop by drop. The crystal tears rolled on the gilded invitation and fell to the ground. The little foxes on the side couldn't help but think of their own sex when they saw this. They felt the same way and began to cry. Ling Yu comforted Wan Hongling in a low voice, "Sister Hongling, don't cry. When the inauguration ceremony of the Linggong sect comes, we will definitely ask our leader to stand up for you." The other little foxes also said in unison, "Yes, we support you, Sister Hongling." Lu Yuehong and Chao Yi also said resolutely, "The Zhenyi school has gone too far. Hongling, don't worry. We will definitely help you and Jinren Ziyuan." Wan Hongling wiped her tears and forced a smile. "It's okay. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about us. Come on, let's watch TV." Wan Hongling quickly wiped her face, sat down on the sofa, and said to the little foxes with a forced smile, "Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's watch TV." As she said this, she pressed the remote control and changed the channel while asking, "What do you want to watch?" Although the little foxes were heartless, they still knew what was going on. They said one after another, "Sister Hongling, we'll watch whatever you want to watch." Wan Hongling's heart was in a mess. There was nothing she wanted to watch, so she changed the channel aimlessly. The other little foxes also followed her thoughts and watched her change the channel. When they saw something they wanted to watch, they opened their mouths but swallowed back their words. But suddenly, Ling Yu grabbed Wan Hongling's arm and said, "Hey, Sister Hongling, turn back the channel. I seem to have seen a piece of news." Wan Hongling was shocked. She came to her senses and rewound 2 channels. Suddenly, she saw a group of Japanese people worshipping and burning incense at the cold mountain temple on the TV screen. This group of Japanese people was holding many banners and flags, and one of them was the most conspicuous, which read, "The Pioneer Group of the Friendly Exchange of the Japanese Cultivation World." After what had happened at the last Taoist assembly, Wan Hongling had become a lot more vigilant about the cultivators of the Japanese cultivation world. When she saw this scene, she was suddenly stunned. She thought to herself, there are many traditions of communication in the Japanese Buddhist world, but many of these people are wearing the clothes of Shintoism, and some are even wearing the clothes of yin-yang masters. They are not Buddhist cultivators. How can they have a friendly exchange? Not only was she confused, but the little foxes also looked at each other in dismay. Ling Yu laughed and said, "Last time at the Taoist assembly, there were 3 Japanese people, one old, one young, and one young. This time, they came as a group? Do they think they are playing a large-scale game?" Ling Yu had been involved in the mortal world for a long time, and she knew more about fashionable things than ordinary people. Her casual words immediately made the other little foxes giggle. It doesn't matter how many people come. The sect leader alone can take care of all of them. The little foxes said this casually, but it immediately made Ruan Hongling's heart skip a beat. She thought to herself, why are the members of this group so complicated? Why didn't they come earlier or later? Why did they choose this time? What does it mean to be a pioneer group? Is there a successor group? Why did they collectively rush to our country at this time? Chapter 675. The collective visit of the Japanese cultivation group immediately attracted the attention of the high-level officials of Japan, and their nerves were also highly tense. In the decades since the founding of the People's Republic, the Japanese Buddhist world had often visited each other on a large scale because of the same root and the same source. In particular, in recent years, a series of large-scale pilgrimages carried out by the Japanese Buddhist sects were quite frequent. Since 1984, almost every year, the Japanese Shingon sect would visit the country, either for Buddhist exchanges, tourism, or pilgrimages. The more influential one was that in 2004, the Japanese Shingon sect organized a visiting group of about 350 people to visit Fujian and went on a pilgrimage to the Kaiyuan Temple in Fujian, where Master Hongfa had once lived. In addition, in January of the same year, Mount Koya University and the Hong Kong Buddhist Society jointly held a large-scale Buddhist exchange activity, leading the believers of Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan to walk the road of Kong Hai to the Holy Land of Tang. On April 9 of the same year, Master Xia Yuan, the abbot of Mount Koya Shingon Tantric sect, once again started the pilgrimage of Master Hongfa to the Tang dynasty, which attracted the attention of the Japanese cultivation world. Not only the Shingon sect, but also the Pure Land sect, the Tiantai sect, the Fahua sect, or other Japanese Buddhist sects had deep exchanges and contacts with the Chinese Buddhist cultivation world. For the high-level officials of Japan, this kind of activity was a common thing. However, it was the first time that the various sects of the Japanese cultivation world had mixed together and gone to the country under the banner of friendly exchanges. Although the high-level officials of Japan also believed that this group of cultivators would not do anything earth-shattering, such a group of great cultivators swaggered around, which made them extremely nervous. The Japanese cultivation world had deeply infiltrated the Japanese political scene, so the high-level officials of Japan could not organize this group of great cultivators to attack the hinterland of Shina aggressively. In desperation, they had to secretly greet the high-level officials of the country. "Boss, the cultivators here are a little naughty, and they want to go to your place to play. If they have any conflict with the local cultivators, it's none of our business." The Celestial Empire had always been relaxed in the open and monitored the cultivation world in the dark. Although they were vigilant in their hearts, they still agreed with the bearing of the Celestial Empire. "Don't worry, we have always been friends and neighbors. There won't be any conflict. Good neighborliness, harmony and stability are the main themes." However, the moment he hung up the phone, the higher-ups of the Fong clan issued an extremely strict order. They absolutely could not allow any form of friction between the two parties. Otherwise, if something happened and destroyed the current harmonious society and stable situation, they would have to bear the consequences. This order worried the officials of the Chinese Religious Council. They had been keeping a low profile all these years, afraid that they would appear in front of mortals and cause unnecessary trouble for the higher-ups. But now, this bunch of Japanese had really taken the wrong medicine. They had actually come to China in groups regardless of sect or religion. How were they going to receive them? Although the scandal caused by the Japanese cultivation world a while ago had been very strictly controlled, some of the news had more or less reached the ears of these officials. At first, they were still somewhat gloating, but soon the Japanese cultivation world that had gone berserk made them unable to laugh. In order to deal with this situation, the council held an emergency meeting. Representatives of the major cultivation sects gathered together to discuss how to deal with this difficulty with worried faces. Most of these representatives used to be the best of the various sects in the cultivation world, and most of them were even the lineal descendants of the major sections. They were originally full of sharp cultivators, but after being officials for a long time, they had been contaminated with the atmosphere of bureaucracy. When they spoke, they were full of clichés and official words. The meeting had been held for a whole day, but it was still full of lifelessness and lethargy. No matter how hard they tried, they could not come to a conclusion. After the discussion, a group of bureaucrats in the cultivation world and cultivators in the officialdom looked at each other and had no idea at all. At this time, Liu Chunping, the Secretary General of the Council who presided over the meeting, suddenly became a little annoyed. He slapped the table and shouted, "This is all your fault. How do you want to clean it up? Don't you have any idea?" Liu Chunping had a big head, big ears, and a big belly. He looked like a proper bureaucrat. He slammed his fat palm on the table, causing the teacups on the table to jump up. At the moment when the teacup was about to fall, the middle-aged man closest to him reached out like lightning and held it steady. He laughed in a low voice and said, "Secretary General Liu, don't worry. This matter actually has nothing to do with us. We didn't cause it. It's Li Yundong who caused it." A few years ago, Liu Chunping had been assigned to this position of frontier officialdom after the Tofu Project case of the bridge. Although he was not a high-ranking official, he could be regarded as an old fox in the officialdom. Naturally, he had a thorough understanding of the whole matter in advance. Of course, he knew who Li Yundong was. Although his position was a bluff, it was in name only. He was poor. The power of the Yamen was even smaller than that of the Secretary General of a county committee. Although he could be regarded as an official in the capital, who was behind Li Yundong? Li Yuanbua and Zhou Kachang. They were all high-ranking officials of the frontier. 200 years ago, they were all governors and inspector generals who had the power of life and death. What about him? At best, he was just a nobody in the Ministry of Rights, not even an assistant minister. Besides, the power of officialdom was intertwined and complicated. Who was standing behind Li Yuanbua and Zhou Kachang? Liu Chunping shuddered at the thought of it. How could he provoke such a character? It would have been better if the middle-aged man hadn't mentioned it. As soon as he did, he became angrier and angrier. He didn't accept the man's help to hold the teacup steady. He puffed up his eyes and shouted, "Nonsense, the focus now is how to deal with it. How to solve it? What's the use of investigating the problem?" His words made the representatives of the other sects look at each other and secretly curse in their hearts. "Didn't you start it just now? Humph, it's still you no matter what, it's still you no matter what." However, the representatives of the various sects had been in the officialdom for a long time, and they had all become very slippery. Although they were unhappy, they were all safe and sound like cowards. No one was willing to shoot the bird that stood out. Liu Chunping saw that everyone was like a gourd with its mouth cut off. He became more and more displeased. "Why are you all mute? Aren't you usually very talkative? Hey, Taoist priest Qingyang. Didn't you always brag to me about how your Chuanjin dragon sect was? Why are you not willing to stand up at this time?" Taoist priest Qingyang, who was sitting next to him, was the man who had helped him hold the teacup steady before. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Secretary General Liu, this matter is too big. We can't handle it alone. Why don't you ask for the opinion of the Zhengyi school?" The representative of the Zhengyi school was Zhang Xiansheng, the uncle of the Lady of the Earthly Fire. Although he was in his 80s, he looked no different from a person in his 40s. He had good ears and eyes, was strong, and walked as fast as he could. However, when he heard Taoist priest Qingyang's words, he cursed in his heart and immediately pretended to be old, as if he had gone deaf at this moment. Ah! What did you just say? When the cultivators of the other sects saw that he was pretending to be deaf and dumb, they laughed in their hearts. Lu Chunping was so angry that he flew into a rage. He said angrily, "You won't say anything, will you? Well. Then I'll make the decision myself." The representatives of the other sects suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and complimented him one after another. "Secretary General Lu, your idea must be good." Lu Chunping slapped the table and said angrily, "Bullsh*t, didn't you just pretend to be deaf and dumb? Why do you all know how to speak now? Do you still want to use the centralized democracy of our party? How are you going to lead the people like this?" A fat middle-aged monk chanted Buddha's name. Amitba, Secretary General Lu, as the saying goes, centralization of the people means that no matter what kind of people there are in the beginning, at the end of the day, centralization of power is still the final goal. So, you make the decision, and we'll do as you say. Lu Chunping was so angry that he laughed. "Master Shi Jingnan, your words are very meaningful. Are you implying that we are a dictatorship?" Shi Jingnan hurriedly said, I don't dare. Lu Chunping said angrily, "All of you usually boast about yourselves and your sections. Today, in this kind of situation, all of you are pretending to be cowards. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Aren't you afraid of taking responsibility? So you're throwing all the responsibility to me? All right, I'll really take on this responsibility." No media is allowed to participate in this exchange activity of the Japanese cultivation world. In addition, all of you should inform your disciples to take it easy this time. Don't let anything happen. Otherwise, if things get out of hand, you'll have to prepare to clean up after yourselves. When the representatives of the various sects heard this, they looked at each other and thought, "Take it easy? What do you mean by take it easy? This is too vague, isn't it?" After Lu Chunping finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and laughed proudly. He thought to himself, the higher-ups have thrown such a hot potato to me. Can't I throw it to someone else? Thinking of this, he said loudly, "In addition, let the local provincial leaders of the religious world be responsible for receiving them. Anyway, wherever these Japanese go, let the local people of the religious world accompany them and serve them carefully." Taoist Master Qingyang said cautiously, "Secretary General Lu, what does take it easy mean? What do you mean by take it easy?" Lu Chunping was furious. "Take it easy means take it easy. Don't you understand what I mean? After that, he slapped the table, scaring the representatives of the various sects and making them scratch their ears and cheeks, frowning. Before long, another Taoist asked in a low voice, "Secretary General Lu, do you want us to fight?" "No, let's take it easy when we're learning from each other." Lu Chunping glanced at him and chuckled. Taoist Master Su Jing of Mount Qingcheng is so clever. When the cultivators of the other sects heard this, they were suddenly shocked. Taoist Master Qingyang said, "Secretary General Lu, there are many capable people in the Japanese cultivation world. If the two sides are serious about learning from each other, whether we can win or not is secondary, but if we take it easy." Lu Chunping immediately looked at him unhappily. "Who said that you can win? Who allowed you to win?" The cultivators of the various sects were suddenly stunned, and they could hardly believe their ears. Shi Jing said, "Secretary General Lu, do you mean, we can't win a single match?" Lu Chunping snorted. "What if someone dies when you guys start fighting? What if you injure or disable our Japanese friends? How can I explain it to them? Do you want to cause conflict and disputes between the two countries? Please, now the relationship between the two countries is so complicated. Can you not cause trouble for the country?" The representatives of the various sects said angrily, "But can we only be beaten? What if our people are injured, crippled, or even killed?" Lu Chunping was furious and thought to himself, "You guys have always been used to being lawless. If it were 40 years ago, all of you would have been beaten to a pulp. You wouldn't have had the chance to talk nonsense here. However, he knew that these words could not be said. If he said it, he would be in big trouble. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. A smile appeared on his face, and he said in a gentle voice, "That's not what I meant. I mean, you can just put on an act. Don't really fight, just pretend. It's not like you haven't done this kind of thing before. It's not a good thing to hurt someone on either side. You also know that it's not easy for the country to relax the religious policy. You don't want anything to happen at this time and force the country to tighten the policy again, do you?" The representatives of the various sects and schools instantly went silent. All of them knew that it was the age of chaos right now. The cultivation world had declined to an unsightly state, and it was difficult for it to continue. Practically every single sect was trying their best to curry favor and develop with great difficulty. There was no one in the world who understood better than them the meaning of, "The people don't fight with the officials, and religious forces don't fight with the imperial forces." After a long time, Taoist priest Qingyang whispered, "Secretary General Lu, it doesn't seem good to lose one game, does it? If it gets out, what will others think of us?" Lu Chunping sneered. "Get out? Who will spread it? Who will report it? Please, the ban is so strict. Who can spread this kind of news? Don't worry, no one will know. In this world, if no one knows, isn't it the same as not having a chance? Well, that's it. Who told you not to make a decision? Listen up, if there is any competition in this fellowship party, you can only lose, not win. Note, the country manages the cultivation world, which is to say, the religious world, by the State Bureau of Religious Affairs and other agencies. The subordinate agency is the National Religious Association. In order to avoid suspicion, it was changed to a council. Therefore, readers don't need to look into it. Thank you. In addition, if some readers think that this chapter is fake, how can there be such a brainless official? Before scolding people, please pay attention to the various relevant insider information of the State Sports Commission. You will find that the lower limit of brainlessness is even lower. As the saying goes, meat eaters are despicable. Chapter 676. What? You can't win? In the Supreme Elder Pavilion of Mount Qingcheng, Zhang Huashui widened his eyes and shouted as if he couldn't believe his ears. Zhang Tongtian, the leader of the Qingcheng sect, nodded with a cold face and said, "Yes, Shibua just called me." Zhang Huashui suddenly jumped 3 feet high and shouted angrily in Sichuan dialect, "Which son of a bitch's idea is this? His head is broken. You can't win? F***ck the Immortals. How could he come up with such a stupid idea? Playing the zither, really playing the zither. Where's Shibua? I'll call him now." Zhang Huashui was as hot-tempered as Zhang Fei. He angrily took out his mobile phone and was about to make a call, but Zhang Tongtian shouted in a deep voice, "Shirdi, what's the use of calling? This is the idea of the higher-ups. Do you want them to change their minds? Do you have such great ability? If you have such great ability, I'll let you be the sect leader, okay?" Zhang Huashui's neck was red. He panted and roared, "Do you want me to be beaten to my knees by these Japanese?" Zhang Tongtian's face was cold, and his eyes were full of anger. He clenched his fists tightly, and the power in his body was running wild, but there was no way to vent it. Seeing him like this, Zhang Huashui tried to persuade him, "Shirdi, how can you swallow this? Why should we listen to these sons of B***cheese? Asking me to throw the game and lose to the Japanese? I can't do that. When the time comes, I'll kill 1 or 2 of them with my own hands and let them know how powerful I am." Zhang Tongtian shouted angrily, "Shut up. Do you think you're eating and drinking? Do you think it's as simple as killing cultivators from other sects?" Zhang Huashui straightened his neck and said angrily, "Aren't the Japanese human beings?" Zhang Tongtian suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said in a relatively calm voice, "Shirdi, now our Qingqing sect seems to be strong, but in fact, we are strong on the outside. A while ago, someone sneaked into our sect and killed dozens of people. We didn't even have time to fight back or warn them. Do you know how bad of an impact this has brought to our sect? It's not like you haven't seen how many people have left the sect these days. Zhang Tongtian's body trembled slightly. He said, however, it doesn't matter. No matter how depressed we are still a cultivation sect that has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. As long as there is no disaster, we can reproduce and survive. We can pass on the cultivation of the Qingqing sect to the world forever. But do you know what the consequences are if you anger an official? Zhang Huashui was not convinced and said angrily, aren't those officials polite when they see us? Whoever makes me unhappy, I won't let them have it easy either. Zhang Tongtian couldn't help shouting angrily, idiot. That's because you have value. People treat you as a person of importance, so they treat you politely. If you dare to take advantage of them, then you can go flip through the Taoist canon and flip through the historical records. Has there ever been a cultivation sect in history that could remain unscathed after offending the nobility? Yes, you, Zhang Huashui, are a great cultivator. At worst, you can go anywhere in the world. Even if your body is destroyed, you can live freely with your yang spirit. But what about your disciple? What about your disciple's family? What about the huge industry of Mount Qingqing? Can you move it away? Can you take it with you? How are you going to face your ancestors in the future? Zhang Huashui stopped talking. He held back his anger and clenched his fists. Although he was a straightforward person, he was not an idiot. After calming down a little, he naturally understood that if he was really impulsive, not only would the cultivators of other sects attack him, but even his Shixiang and Shibua in the capital would also turn against him and put righteousness before family. Zhang Huashui suppressed his anger and said, Shixiang, what should we do? Zhang Tongtian said with a cold face, it's very simple. Just wait and see. Let's see how the Zhengyi school will deal with it. Zhang Huashui remembered that there were more troublesome sects than them, such as the Zhengyi school and the Chuanjin dragon sect. The anger in his heart suddenly dissipated a lot. He snorted and said, at worst, I won't participate in this sorority. A get-together, a get-together? What the hell? A group of Japanese people came to our country. What good can they do? Damn it, the brains of these officials are broken, and they're still bowing and scraping, acting so subservient. Damn it. Do they think they will look up to us just because of this? Zhang Tongtian didn't comment. He thought for a while and said, let's not talk about this for the time being. I believe that this news will soon spread throughout the cultivation world. At that time, it will not be our Qingqing sect who will be angry. Anyway, we won't be the first to stand out. Let's see what other sects do. If someone dares to fight for real and win, then we will fight for real and win. If no one dares to stand out, then we might as well hide. Anyway, it's not our family that will lose face. Zhang Huashui snorted angrily and stamped his foot. A hard blue brick under his foot was crushed like flour. He snorted angrily and said, I feel suffocated just thinking about it. Seeing that he was so angry, Zhang Tongtian couldn't help but persuade him, you'd better not think about it. Think about how to deal with Li Yundong at the inauguration ceremony of the Linggong sect. Zhang Huashui suddenly became angry. He laughed angrily and said, that son of a bitch, I've wanted to fight with him for a long time. It's a good time to settle old and new grudges together. On that day, I'm going to ask him why he wanted to kill the people of our Qingqing sect. Zhang Tongtian said in a low voice, the murderer may not be him. It's too early to draw a conclusion. Zhang Huashui snorted and said, even if it's not him, it must have something to do with him. It must have something to do with the Fox Zen school. He is the leader of the Fox Zen school. If we don't look for him, who else can we look for? It's fine if he doesn't come to the inauguration ceremony of the Linggong sect. If he does, I will definitely teach him a lesson. How dare a small fox Zen school behave atrociously in Mount Qingcheng? Zhang Tongtian didn't comment. After a while, he sighed slowly and said, "Yes, I'm afraid that he won't come." Just as Zhang Tongtian and Zhang Huashui were privately criticizing each other, the whole cultivation world in China was in an uproar because of the news that they could only lose and not win. Although the cultivators of all sects were seething with resentment for a while, the experienced and prudent cultivators of the sects quickly suppressed this resentment. In their opinion, since they could only lose, no one could laugh at each other, and the news could not spread. The threat of the Japanese cultivation world was just a scourge. The upcoming inauguration ceremony of the head of the Linggong sect, which was about to be held by the Zhengyi school, was a serious problem. If Zi Yuan successfully took over as the head of the Linggong sect, how would the structure of the cultivation world evolve? Would she continue to follow the leadership of the Zhengyi school? If Zi Yuan failed to take over as the head of the Linggong sect, would the Zhengyi school annex the Linggong sect? If the annexation was successful, how would the power structure of the cultivation world change? Moreover, in this inauguration ceremony, how would Li Wudi, who had a close personal relationship with Zi Yuan, react? If he supported Zi Yuan, what kind of changes would it cause? Regarding this, the cultivators of various sects could be said to have their eyes wide open. They held their breaths and waited for the arrival of the day of the succession ceremony. However, there were also many cultivators of all sects who didn't take the inauguration ceremony seriously. Instead, they took the collective visit of the Japanese cultivation group as a big deal. In the Longmen building of Tiannan City, Du Fei was originally concentrating on dealing with the documents in front of him, but soon he was disturbed by a hurried knock on the door. He raised his head and said, "Please come in." Soon, the door of his office was pushed open by a young beauty in professional O1 clothes. Behind her stood a man with extremely sharp eyes. It was Wei Qing and Yu Sheng. When Du Fei saw them, he immediately frowned slightly. He turned his head and said to the secretary, who was waiting for his signature, "You go out for a while." The secretary obediently retreated. When Wei Qing saw her close the door, she immediately rushed to the table, pressed her hands on the table, and said angrily, "Shixiang, have you heard?" Du Fei put down his pen unhurriedly, leaned back in the large boss's chair, and said, "What did you hear?" Wei Qing patted the document in front of him and said angrily, "You must know. Don't pretend. It's a matter where you can only lose and not win." Du Fei sighed. "As soon as I saw you two come in, I knew it was about this." "What? You don't expect me to turn the tide, do you?" Yu Sheng, who had always been quiet, also said in a deep voice, "Shixiang, you have a wide network of people. Maybe you can pass a message to the higher-ups." "How can this work? You can only lose and not win? How can you say such absurd words? What do you think the people of Huaxiu are?" Du Fei rubbed his temples with both hands and said with a bitter face, "You two are really hot-blooded. It's obvious that the officials don't want to be implicated, so they made this idea. However, you can't be so naive as to think that I can make them change the result just by passing a word to them, can you? Don't be kidding. You know how to save face, but don't the officials know? If you take back what you just said, aren't you just slapping him in the face?" Wei Qing's pretty face turned pale with anger. She said angrily, "Should we lose face? Shixiang, you are the most resourceful. Hurry up and think of a way." Du Fei waved his hand and said, there's no way at all. This is a dead end. If you can't do it, don't think about it." "Well, at least I can't do it." Wei Qing's heart skipped a beat and she asked tentatively, "Then who can do it?" Yu Sheng suddenly blurted out, "Li Yundong." Wei Qing's eyes lit up. Yes, he must have a way. Seeing that she was about to turn around and leave, Du Fei immediately stopped her and said, "Hey, are you crazy? Don't you know that the Medicine King tripod made a lot of noise a while ago? Don't harm Li Yundong. He won't be able to solve this problem." Wei Qing and Yu Sheng looked at each other, and a trace of despair and unwillingness flashed in their eyes. Are we going to swallow our anger and be humiliated? Du Fei pondered for a while and said, "Go find someone. Maybe he has a way." Wei Qing and Yusheng quickly asked nervously, "Who?" You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.